BSU, KP, NASA, MSA, MECA, APSA, and then just one more, right? Chidipoc! Took me a second. Oh my gosh, I don't know why. I feel like
also SDC defunct.
There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, I heard there was 7, but then people would always tell me 8, and I was like, yeah. Okay. My bad. I was close. But obviously, KP's connection with all these other resources on campus is like extremely important to, especially to creating community and also to like retaining other members and making people feel welcome to the space, because it's important to know that it's important for members to know that these resources are available on campus, and it's important to know that all these resources have a lot of very useful information and very worthwhile information, especially when it comes to like a position like I'm running for, like a political position. In terms of it, from what I've heard, KP's connections with these resources haven't been as strong, but with Gen Sex, I'd like to try to reach out to these like resources more and try to like get back in touch with them and ask like what exactly we could do to help members feel, or to help members get be more educated with what exactly these resources are here for and what they're here to do, because we have to connection with these resources. It's important to know like how they affect our community and how important it is for our members to be inclusive and to not to be inclusive to like all members, not just this community but on the campus at UCSD, and help mitigate, or that's a word, right? Reduce, yes. Reduce things like microaggressions or anti-blackness, and heteronormativity, and just misuse of like language to better create a better campus climate. Because sometimes it's not even, especially with like first years coming in who like don't really know what it's like to live outside their high school or whatever. Sometimes it's not a matter of like sometimes they don't. It's not a matter of them knowing how harmful they're being. They just don't know, or members just don't know how exactly their words can affect other people or impact other people. And so educating people on their resources and what exactly kind of impact their words can have are really important to creating that space. So, yeah.
Okay, so that was 5. Are you comfortable answering more additional questions?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'd say the first and foremost outstanding qualities that those positions I've held. I mean, for like anyone who like I guess isn't aware, on my application I mentioned that I was vice president of Do Something at my high school, which was a community service, and then I was also secretary of the Green Earth Club at the time, and I also held a position as captain on my dance team at the time. A lot of, in terms of like the clubs on campus, a lot of the skills I've gained have just generally been being able, or like relaying information to other students about like events going on. I helped coordinate some events, but I didn't do a lot of the like logistical things. In terms of like how I like my position on the dance team, I feel very comfortable talking and leading like groups of people, especially like if I know what I'm doing. I don't have a problem with like public speaking or like really talking to people. To be quite honest, my high school, it was kind of small and we didn't have a lot of funding, so we didn't have a lot of, we weren't able to do as many kind of like events, kind of like outreach as much as I'd like to, which is also one of the reasons why I really wanted to join board, because of like how I mentioned before of like how like well run and organized and like serious it was. I really wanted to be able to join, to meet mentors and mentors to help me like develop these kind of skills, because I know these are skills I need to work on, and I know that, and I definitely feel like the resources that I'll have joining board will help me develop these skills.
This position has to do with a lot of like critical theory and learning about these frameworks. What is your experience with theory, and how will you make sure to present this as Gen Sex in a more like, I guess, consumable way to regular GPM? A more accessible way to do this?
So right now I'm a critical gender studies major. So I mean, I just switched into the major early winter quarter, so I haven't taken like a lot of classes, but I've taken a decent amount. So I feel like I'm kind of comfortable talking about the kind of different frameworks that are needed to understand exactly how to talk about queerness and issues with and like issues with queerness. It's a lot, to me it's a lot, or to help understand like general members, it's a lot easier to understand these kinds of issues when you look at like where the roots of these issues come from. So kind of like talking about how heterosexism or like racism has been institutionalized, and how that trickles down into like how that affects daily life in terms of being here at this university, and also pointing out things in general, in like daily life, like microaggressions and like how harmful they are, and how hypermasculine spaces, such as like KP sometimes, can, or I mean not just KP, but the Filipino American community, just in general, can be very hypermasculine. You have the issue of like machismo, which stems from like parents. I guess talking about that too, like talking about like, especially with members who like immigrants whose parents are immigrants from the Philippines, talking about how that kind of, how their like parenting kind of affected how we view society today. Pointing things out like that you could see in like their own lives, like in parents, or in like cultural norms, or in problematic ads, or yeah, things like that. Yeah.
What LGBT resources are you aware of on campus, and how do you plan to raise awareness of these resources and
So, I mean, I know we have the LGBT Resource Center, obviously, and I know one of the early events that they have, like, well, in the beginning of like fall quarter would be Q Camp, and especially like super early in the year where it's important to like meet new freshmen or whatever. I definitely like to reach out and like, say for example, like table for them, and be a representative for KP at the Resource Center. To be able to meet other members and like see what I could offer to their resource centers and what they could offer to me. Because as much as I would like to, you know, like call out people for being like problematic or like heteronormative or being racist or whatever, I know that like I'm not perfect. I have a lot I have to learn about these issues too, and so especially if I were to have this position, I'd be able to have those connections and be able to learn and grow myself as a person, and then give back to the other general members.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, Alumni Liaison. So the Alumni Liaison is responsible for creating and maintaining contacts and networks with KP alumni. This officer plans events for alumni and notifies alumni of upcoming events within KP and the Filipino community. This officer is responsible for planning and coordinating one alumni project or initiative per quarter, as well as the annual Filipino graduation ceremony. The Alumni Liaison also coordinates workshops and events geared towards the graduating class that facilitate the transition from undergrad to alumni life. This officer, along with the art historian, is responsible for creating the Filipino Life Book, which can contain, but not limited to, a list of different Filipino resources, services, and events on campus that are available to current and prospective UCSD students. The Alumni Liaison is also responsible for coordinating at least 2 events with the other board members. The officer also coordinates Art Story Gala with the Vice Chair, external, and Art Historian, only applies every 5th year anniversary. The Alumni Liaison is the coordinator of the alumni component of KP Star, and this officer is responsible for coordinating in collaboration with the ACAD to retain the College to Career program, which includes logistics, recruitment, and communication. This officer is not required to attend the program itself. So we have Jasmine Atanasio.
Hi, I'm Jasmine, call me Jazz. I'm a second year, I'm also on the series board, I'm a historian. And I wanted to run for Alumni Liaison because of the work I have done as art historian. I've worked directly with alumni, like especially with the gala, and that inspired me to continue my work with the alumni community. Also, being on board also helped me realize my passion for attention, and then since like alumni is part of KP Star, student teaching and academic retention, I want to do more work with that.
Are there other questions?
Although your work is primarily retention for alumni, how do you intend to bridge alumni retention work with current undergraduate retention work?
When I worked with alumni this year, I learned that there's like a spark and commotion with the alumni community from the gala that they want to be more involved with the current community. So, and then they were trying to figure out what they can do and all the programs. And I want to take that opportunity to like see what they want to do and then try to like make that overlap with our programs and so sorry, can you repeat the question?
Although your work is primarily retention for alumni, how do you intend to bridge alumni and current undergraduate retention work?
So with the work with the alumni, I feel like their physical presence in the space and like I feel like they're a resource for students, and then their physical presence here, like I feel like they can help out promote growth for the 5 pillars of KP, which is social, political, academic, cultural, and empowerment. And I feel like if you incorporate what they want to do, it'll help promote like the growth of the students here.
with the absence of alumni liaison in the past 2 years, how will you transition yourself into this position, and what steps will you take?
So the absence, I actually got in contact with my previous worker, as I was starting with the Alumni Liaison from 2 years or 3 years ago, and he asked me if I ever need help, and I'm like, okay, I have that resources as a resource, and then I have other resources of like my upper heads and like previous board members to help myself in transition into a new position.
As alumni liaison, one of the responsibilities is to help the academic director with the college to career program. How do you plan on doing so, and how do you plan on making it long term?
So from what I heard, like talking to my peers and other people in KP and the community, they were like, oh, what's the college to career program? But I want to like change that like sense. Like I want to like make that program something they look forward to in the year. I don't have specific plans for it yet, but I hope to like work with my academic director to make that my vision for that happen.
So how do you plan on making it long term? Like, yeah, specific.
So I don't have specific plans for it now, but I will talk to you, the previous academic director, and I will have like ideas of the next academic director and work with them and be like transparent and see what they want to do, how they want to make it long term. And I will also talk to like the alumni, to get advice from them as well.
So I actually have like a three-part question. So I'm just gonna say one next time. What does self-care mean to you? How do you think that correlates with retention work?
Wait. Sorry.
What does self-care mean to you?
Uh-huh.
How do you think that correlates to retention work? And being part of 2 boards as Alumni Liaison, how are you planning to retain yourself and other board members in the board space?
I feel like self-care is like really important to me for like emotional, physical, and spiritual health. Like sorry, what's the second and third?
How do you think that correlates to retention work? And as like a part of board, 2 boards, like main board and star board, how are you planning to retain both yourself and other board members in the board space?
Since I'm on both boards, I want to make sure like everyone is like being transparent and it's like everything is running smoothly and efficiently, and as long I want to make sure like they are upkeeping with self-care too, and I want to make this space like as comfortable as possible. And for me personally, I felt really comfortable in the space for the board space, and then I was retained, and I want to give back and make sure they can have that through the same way. And I want to make sure like since there was no alumni liaison in the past few years, I want to make sure like star board and main board like know what each board is doing. So there's like no miscommunication, and what both boards can do for each other.
On the Constitution, it says that the alumni liaison is supposed to plan an alumni project or initiative each quarter, and also events to help graduating seniors transfer from college to postgrad. What kind of ideas do you have for these events?
So what I planned on doing was holding like quarterly mixers and like workshops with like alumni who are like their post grad and also who are already like in their career pathways. I want them to come and like speak to like current seniors who are like in similar pathways, which is like also with the college to career program. I want to make sure like the participation rate is like high, so like can like continue working throughout the year. Did I answer the question? Sorry.
So that's 5. Are you comfortable answering all of questions?
How do you plan to retain queer alumni?
I plan to retain queer alumni with working with the Gen Sex and I want to work with other queer community members and like seeing what they want and like communicating with the alumni, queer alumni. Having that aspect to like bridge like the communities together. So sorry, I don't know like other answer for that.
With recent miss and lack of communication with KP alumni, how do you plan on helping the current and alum communities rebuild and strengthen bonds?
I kind of talked about that in the previous question, where I want to like talk, maybe like go on the alumni page to see what's going on, be like have like clear communication with them, like to see what they wanted to do, and like highlighting what programs we're trying to do, and also there was also a mention of like the sponsorship program, and I feel like that'll help them like come back to events, and
Earlier you mentioned about like you wanting to do like quarterly like workshops with alumni. Do you have any like abstract like workshops, like what kind of workshops would you want?
I want to do like specific, if you're like a history major, you're gonna have people who are previously, not like previous history majors, or if you're a STEM major, like in specific careers. So they'll help you and get a sense of what postgrad life is.
What is professionalism to you, and how do you feel that applies to your position?
I feel like professionalism is having to be very like respectful of what you're working with, and having like background knowledge of what you're doing. I feel like with my position, I think it's very important that you be very professional, because you're going to be working with alumni, not only alumni but with the current community, and I want like the retention rate as high as possible to work with them.
Besides P-Grad, how will you support like fourth years transitioning to the alumni life? Besides like P-Grad, how will you support fourth years at the end of their year they're transitioning to like alumni?
I have specific events, but I was hoping to like work with the college to career program and like alumni now and see like how they're doing, and then I can talk to like the graduating fourth years and like give them advice.
This position requires you to communicate with a lot of people, diverse groups of people, not only alumni, but also undergrads, different departments, especially when it comes to applying for funding, grant and stuff like that. So, what are your networking skills, and how do you communicate with other people?
Previously, I worked a lot with alumni through like email and social media, but I hope to actually network with them like in person, hope I can reach out to them with alumni, but not only alumni, but with the departments here, and like can you read the question?
So like, how do you plan on what's your communication style? How do you best communicate with people? Whether it be like in person, through like phone calls, through like email, so like stuff like that. And how are you at being responsive to it too? Like, what is your communication style? How do you conduct yourself professionally to these people?
Oh, yeah, I best communicate. I try to communicate through always possible, like email, like phone, in person, and like I like to reach out through social media, since a lot of the undergrad community is like on there, and then mostly communicating on there. And about the question?
Sure.
Oh, this is from you. What does a successful alumni liaison look like to you?
What I hope for is to have a higher retention rate for alumni. From past events, I've only seen like the same alumni come out. I hope to see like new faces from alumni liaison, like the position itself. And I want more like communication, like as an alumni liaison between like the alumni and the undergraduate community.
So this is from alumni. So with your past experience organizing gala and the results of like some of the I guess responses to the way it turned out, how do you hope to address that as in your position as alumni liaison, and in terms of like working with alumni in the future and stuff like that?
I hope to address it with like I want to speak with like the board members first to see what I can do, like what I should say to them, and also the community as a whole, because their opinions are important as well in the gala, and then for the responses in the gala. I hope to be very to work with them closely. Like, I hope not only like through emails and like through just text messages. I want to like meet with some of them in person so I can like maximize efficiency to see what I can do. And then I want to like take their ideas and also like relay that to like current community members and see how we can like all work together and make like bridge our gap.
What is your vision for PGRAD, and how will you maintain good relations with the incoming fourth-year class?
was a lot.
How will you maintain good relations with the incoming board of your class?
I wasn't present at most of PGRAD last year, but I hope to like talk to other people to see how PGRAD actually works, and with like the upper heads who are working on PGRAD now on see like the planning process and what like the expectations of the fourth years, and I hope to. Sorry, the second part.
How will you maintain good relations with and between the people in the fourth year class?
Can you explain
The
that?
incoming fourth year class. So, alumni liaison is like kind of like the leader of the program.
Yes.
And that encompasses like everyone like participating in PGRAD, which is like the fourth year.
I hope I get to work with them closely and hold those meetings to see what they want out of it, and then I want to like see their vision so I can retain their presence in the community as much as possible.
Not everyone's perfect, and being on board this year and wanting to be on board next year, what were some mistakes you made on board and how you applied the things you learned from your mistakes and applied them into your relationship?
I feel like some of the mistakes I made during this year as a board member was not using all my resources and not maximizing like what I could be doing like better for my position. I hope to like better my position and like better myself as a person by like going to the upper heads and like the alumni and see what I can do better and how I can work to like up to expectations and all that.
Okay, so move on to the next one, academic director. So the academic director coordinates study sessions and study groups along with academic program on KP Star board. This officer implements retention workshops such as but not limited to study skills, time management, career options, peer editing services, and self-love, self-care. This officer directs members of KP to academic resources on campus such as Oasis and Spaces. The officer is the official liaison to Cypher steering committee and has the responsibility of attending all meetings. This officer is responsible for coordinating in collaboration with the Alumni Liaison to retain the college career program, which includes logistics, recruitment, and communication. This officer is not required to attend the program itself. This officer actively pushes for an institutionalized Filipino studies program at UCSD and promotes class offerings related to the program, including but not limited to Heritage Language Program, LHL 112 and 132, and comparative Filipino and Vietnamese identities and communities, ethnic 126, to the UCSD community at large. This position navigates through departments for the establishment of a directed group studies course, including but not limited to the ethnic studies and literature departments. Oh my god. Okay, this officer is responsible for departmental logistics of forming the class along with the academic programmer. In KP Star, this officer is not required to facilitate the student-run class with the facilitators of the class. This officer informs available resources on campus to KP members during GBM. The academic director is the coordinator for the academic component of KP Star. The academic programmer is the KP Star board will assist this officer in the logistics and programming of this officer's events. Okay, cool. And we have Steffi and Justin.
It's my last day every month.
Del Rosario. I'm a third year from Reval College, human bio major. I'm the current academic programmer on Starboard, and I'm running for academic director because it was actually the position I wanted to run for last year, but I felt hella unqualified and I didn't think I was active enough in the KP space to be able to, you know, like I didn't know anything. I didn't know what was going on in this space. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll just do academic programming first. So now I feel like I know more about what's going on. And I feel like now that I've been academic programmer and I've been on Starboard, like I kind of know what to expect, and I definitely feel a lot more qualified to do it now.
So my name is Justin Myers, and I'm running for this position really because, like, I mean, transitioning from high school to college, like, you know, being a first year, it was definitely really hard. Like, I came in here thinking like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Like, oh, I'm like really organized, and like I took all these advanced classes, and like reality is like it's hella hard. Like, I found myself like struggling, so I started going to a whole bunch of like my resources, whether it be Oasis, whether it be like the CCC or spaces to go like study with my friends, because I really feel like having that kind of support with everyone else is like it's really it's like really easy for me to like study more when I'm with other people, and like I just want to give back to the community really, because I want to like help and provide an academic space, especially for those who like want to study or hang out, whether like to do like on retention work or so like you know, on the 5 pillars of KP and social political background and cultural empowerment. I want to focus on those pillars, and especially incorporate like my position if I was to get academic director with those pillars, and hopefully just give back.
How do you plan to support students that are transitioning from high school to college, especially students that are low income and or first generation?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
How do you plan to support students that are transitioning from high school to college, especially students that are low income and or first generation?
I guess I'll go through this. Okay, so how do I plan on like reaching out and like help retaining them? Is that the question? Can you repeat it?
Do you want to repeat
Yeah,
it?
I thought
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
How do you plan to support students that are transitioning from high school to college, especially students that are low income and or first generation?
Okay, definitely myself being first gen student coming to college, and being a person of color, and actually showing that I'm going to be here to be successful and support my family. It definitely gives me the motivation to like definitely reach out to those who have like been in the same position as myself, because I would like to connect that also with the political component of KP, because as an academic director, you want to be able to help. I would want to be able to help retain students. In order to connect that with the political pillar, I'd want to express and show them that we're here, that I'm here in this community to help be a resource for them, and also that being in KP, whether it's KP or like the other centers like BSU or within the SAC organizations, we're here to help. Those organizations or those resource centers are here to help the underrepresented communities be like successful, to have like those kinds of like resources for them to have that kind of. I'm sorry. Let's just really accept that. Okay, so I wrote this, but to connect that with the political pillar, I just feel like being a student, person of color, in like an underrepresented community, I want to show that I can be successful, and that I also want to be that person to like be a resource and help them as well. And I feel like in order to help retain them, or in order to help retain them and be more confident within themselves, it takes a person who's been through those experiences as well to also reciprocate and give them like the resources that they also had. So yeah.
So one thing I would do is definitely emphasize the resources that we have as students, not just like Oasis, which is like a really big one. Like I've had audings who'd be like, oh, it was actually really great, it really helped me out with my classes. And I've also had Kuyas and Natas who were actually Oasis tutors as well. And like hearing what they had to say, like I would definitely recommend going to Oasis. Everyone there is really qualified to help you with your classes. And not just those resources though, but also like, you know, your Kuyas, your Atas, your audings, and like everyone else in your family, not even just that, but everyone else in the KP space. Like everyone's really welcoming, everyone's like so down to like help each other out, and that's what I really love about the space as well. And I guess not just like with first years, but like even like second years and third years, like especially students who are on like academic probation, like it's just such a huge thing. And I don't know, communication is really important too. And you know, if you're struggling, it's also really important to reach out to others. And it's also really disheartening for me to see when there are people, like really good friends of mine, who are like on AP twice because they failed like a class that I passed or like did really well in, and like I didn't know and I could have helped them out with that. Like knowing like that all of this is going on, like I had like a whole bunch of like different ideas to combat that. Like I was thinking like maybe like we could do like a whole like KP tutors thing, and because like yeah, Oasis tutors are there, but what I've noticed is that there's like a set schedule and you have to follow it, and because of that, like they can't do like other things that they wanted to do, like take certain classes that were at the same time. And so like having like KP tutors like available at like study jams for like both KP and spaces would be really good, and it would also be really like low commitment, because I understand that everyone's busy, but like, you know, everyone wants to help out each other. And so coming up with something that's low commitment but really like effective would be really helpful, and like helping retain and helping students transition, especially first year transition into college, and helping continue to retain students in college as well.
Okay, also real quick, I forgot about the timer thing, so starting now we're going to do the 30-minute timer on your right.
Okay.
Okay, so when you hear it, you can obviously like wrap up your thoughts, but it's just to let you know if you know it.
UCSD is very STEM-based, and many internship/job opportunities tend to be for STEM majors. How will you expand the C2C program so that it is inclusive for non-STEM majors? For example, like for ethnic studies, communications, etc. majors.
Okay, yeah, that is really true. Like a lot of the opportunities that I've seen on campus were really STEM-based, and there's just like so much help out there for a lot of STEM majors, especially like pre-meds and pre-dentals. Like there are all these orgs you can join. And so one thing that I would do is probably, in relation to the C2C program, like I would probably work with the Alumni Liaison and like the SSF to plan like mini tanghalians for like the mentors and the mentees. And especially like during like the middle of the year, because like if this is something that would start like in fall, like everyone's gonna be really into it in the beginning, but it's gonna like die down towards the middle of the year. And so having like mini tanghalians for the mentors and mentees, it would be really important, and would continue to like help them, you know, use the resource, because yeah, sometimes you forget it's there because you're so caught up in like everything that's going on in college. You know, everyone's really busy. And I guess for the C2C also, like when it comes to like meeting with your mentor, one thing that I would probably do towards the middle of the year is maybe like make meeting up with your mentor in Arlan for PCC. I feel like I would also really encourage people to reach out to the resources that they have.
UCSD is very STEM-based, and many internship/job opportunities tend to be for STEM majors. How will you expand the C2C program so that it is inclusive for non-STEM majors? For example, majors like ethnic studies, communication, etc.
So yeah, the college to career program, I understand that like that has to do with like communicating with the alumni. that graduated from here on campus, and I know that there's like a lot of opportunities, whether it's like even if it's not even in KP, there's opportunities for students to be able to shadow those who have already graduated in their career. And I know that the college to career program has like died down for like for about 2 years, and it hasn't been really active. And I feel like as academic director, I would have to work directly with my alumni liaison, as Josephine said. I definitely would want to like communicate with her and come up with some great ideas for like maybe some, like having some workshops, or whether it be like meeting up with your mentor, or, like in the KA component, you can meet up with your ATEs here on campus, and definitely reaching out to them and having more communication, especially with alumni that are off campus, because it's really hard to reach them. That's like a really big problem, and I know that only as a second year, it's gonna be really hard to like contact them, but I feel like reaching out and going and like having like some networking skills and communicating with the alumni, or whether it be like their predecessor, like the Kuyas and Ates who have previously had this position. That's how like I would definitely like get students who are non-STEM majors. Yeah, just networking.
How will you ensure representation of Filipino American material in courses? How will you ensure representation of Filipino American materials in courses?
I'm sorry. What is in course?
Courses?
Can you repeat it again?
Yeah. How will you ensure representation of Filipino American material in courses or classes?
How would I represent the Filipino community?
Ensure representation of Filipino American material.
Okay, so I know that if you're a member within KP, I'm not sure what the class is. I think it was like LIH or LIHL, or like 112 or 132. I know that it's like very familiar base with like the members of KP, or whether you're like you have a Filipino background. I would want to like provide maybe like some workshops about like the Filipino community, what it is, what it means to be like a person of color in like such a rigorous university where it's really hard to like succeed. I would also want to ensure representation of the Filipino community within like the classes that Kuya Jake and Ate and Lindy ran. I know that they like ran a class. Workshops within that too. That's how I would like ensure, whether it also be like GBMs, just like having awareness workshops on like the representation of like the Filipino community, or and I mean also not even limited to like the SAC organizations, with them too as well. So.
I think ensuring that the Filipino community and like culture is integrated into courses is already difficult as it is. Like honestly, I took Hill 7B my freshman year, and it was about Asian American history in the U.S. and they literally didn't mention Filipinos. It was just one bullet. So it would be really difficult as it is, especially with like a lot of the classes that are kind of like cemented into our curriculum already. And so what I would probably do is, I would encourage people to continue to take classes about Asian American history, because it's important, I think, not to only learn about our struggles, but like the struggles of other people in our community, and like the struggles of people of color. But what I would do in terms of like ensuring that our community is represented, I'd probably kind of revive book talks. Like there are definitely books about Filipino people who pursue professions, and also like having workshops where like alumni who were in KP and who are now like doctors and lawyers and all that. It's like really important to have as well. And yeah.
How do you plan to integrate and retain transfers in the KP space?
Well, I guess one thing that I would do is, since transfer students are kind of similar to freshmen in that they don't really know what's going on campus, and they're experiencing the same things that freshmen are experiencing. Like, they don't know which orgs to join and they're super overwhelmed. And so like what I would do is probably do kind of the same thing that we do on Library Walk, like advertise to the village about KP, and like not only KP but all the other like orgs on campus and all the other resources that are accessible to them. And just like making it like, you know, stressing that like a lot of the programs we have, especially in the beginning of the year, aren't just for freshmen or sophomores, but like anyone can literally join. And yeah, just like emphasizing that literally anyone can join KP, and like emphasizing the KA program, emphasizing study jams, and like, you know, like making it more inclusive, I guess, for like transfer students as well.
So now that there's like the transfer senator, as academic director, like I probably, like, I know it's one of the obligations to like, one of my obligations is to like communicate with the alumni, and like using that skills to communicate with, I will use my skills to communicate with the transfer senator and see what I could possibly do to help in any way to help the transfer students better transition here in the university. Sometimes, I mean, not all of the transfer students, I feel like not all the transfer students wouldn't be as aware to like all like the orgs here on campus, or everything here that like the resources for them can be accessible to them. So yeah, I would also like want to reach out to them and let them know that there is resource centers here to help them and to help better like their academics, to help them get connected with other people, to make friends. I mean, that's honestly how I made friends here. KP, like if I hadn't joined KP myself, or let alone like a fam, I probably wouldn't like be as socially connected or interconnected with others here on campus, because like I found it really hard to like transition. If I would find it really hard to transition if I hadn't joined something. So like just letting them know that there is resources here for them to yeah, that there is resources for them that they can that it's accessible to them. So
What are some tangible developmental outcomes you're hoping to achieve as an academic director?
So I know that everything's a process. So as academic director, I want to provide pre-midterm study sessions or pre-final study sessions a lot, like more frequently. I know that it's like I found it like really hard to like find a space where I can like get into a space where there's others who are actually related to like my major, or yeah, so I would want to hold workshops for the pre-midterms and pre-finals. I know there's not like really there's not many opportunities for like study sessions or study jams during those times. I know that that you're supposed to have one per quarter as academic director, and I know personally for me, like even though that I ran before as academic director, like even though like there was like all these study sessions, like I came out to them, but I also had like my own study sessions with my own kind of like group of friends too. So like I found it like really easy to like network and like communicate with them. Like it's like having that kind of space to like, you know, study with them is easier. So I don't know, like that's what I would do.
Sorry, I'll you repeat your question, please?
Yeah. What are some tangible developmental outcomes you're looking to achieve as an academic director?
Well, one thing I definitely want to see is I probably want to see more people come out to like the events that we have. Like, I know for study jams, like this year, this is probably like the most I've ever seen people come out. Like I think for our final study jam last quarter, didn't it go up to like, it was 70 people, 70 people. That was probably like the most I've ever seen in the 3 years that I've been here. But yeah, I guess I would just continue to like, I just want to see more people come out to those things. I just want to like see more people doing well in school, and not just in school, but like in other like aspects of like college. And like one thing that I wanted to, actually I didn't mention this a while ago, I wanted to do, so there's this one thing my sorority does, we have an achievement box, and before it used to be like, oh, if you got an A on like a midterm or final, you can put your name down and write your accomplishment. But we made it like more flexible so that you don't have to only put like things you did well in school with, but also like, you know, oh, I got an internship. Like, yeah, we keep celebrating like having like high grades and high GPAs, but we also need to celebrate like the achievements we have outside the classroom. Like getting internships, took me 3 years to get one. Getting a job, even if it's just at HDH, because you know, just having that commitment is really important, and celebrating that commitment like through like having that achievement box would be really great. And then like at the end, like we can like have a raffle. And I know like it would be really hard to have funding for like having prizes, so we can probably start small and do like, oh, blue books and scatter and like care packages.
How will you ensure the retention of Filipino staff and faculty in the university? And how will you push for more representation of that Filipino staff and faculty? Meaning, like, how will you push for more for hiring?
Oh, are you comfortable answering one?
Oh, yeah.
I'll read it again. How will you ensure the retention of Filipino staff and faculty in the university? And how will you push for more representation of Filipino staff and faculty?
Is it my turn?
My first question.
I can go first. Okay, so honestly, that sounds like something that's going to be a huge, like, it's going to be something that I think will be really difficult as it is, because in a university where, like, you know, like, having, like, white professors are probably preferred over, like, people of color. And so, like, probably what I would do is probably work with the Alumni Liaison and, like, the SSF, and work towards like planning more events like Tangalia, and like specifically not just for like any like staff members or like any professors, but like probably professors specifically, not just like people of color, but like in our community as well, because I feel like having that connection with students is really important, especially when you strengthen, like, you know, like kind of remind them of like why they're doing this, why they want to help other people. And I feel like exposing them to like students at UCSG is really important in retention.
Okay, so I don't really have like a clear plan to like help retain students. I mean, I know it's not just within my power. I feel like having like the board support, and having like support from others, like to help affirm, like give me like any sort of like suggestions or ideas, because like I'm gonna, you know, I just feel like it's really hard to like do things on your own, like especially if it's, you know, you're coordinating like academic events, or like you're trying to do something to help retain students. I just feel like having that sort of board support is there, and not only board support, but also having like support within like the other staff organizations who are here, that also represent the underrepresented communities who are like, you know, being marginalized by who are being marginalized and suppressed by the oppressors. And I just feel like having that support goes a long way. In terms of like help retaining them. I just feel like having like a community that you can go to, or providing a space where you have friends that are there, also helps retain you. Because myself, my personal experiences, I've always come to like a space just to like have like that social connection, to like have friends, to make friends. Because every day I know that I make friends every single day, and like just by going out, by doing something where involves people, also helps retain me. So yeah.
Given the recent political climate, centers of higher learning have become a place of anxiety and like not belonging for undocumented students. How, as academic director, will you like bring resources to like undocumented students, especially since like even in KP, where the Filipino American community has like the largest rates of like being undocumented, right?
Yeah.
How will you first ensure that people feel welcome and retained? And second, because it's so hard to know people's status, how do you ensure that people have the resources that they need?
I would help them feel like welcome and retained. I mean, it's not just within the power of that one person. I feel like it takes the community as a whole to really show them that that I am here and that the community will be there for them, to support them, to also let them know that hey, we may be going through the same struggles as you, or you're not the only one. And that's definitely something that I figured out myself being here in the university. I figured out that whenever I'm in times of like where I'm struggling, I'm just like, wow, I'm not the only one. Like there's other people that are also going through the same thing as me. And that's something that I learned personally being on board when we do like our own updates. I just feel like it's just other people are going through the same thing, and it just makes me feel better about myself because I'm not the only one, and I know that people are going through this. Yeah. And I would also, what was the second part of your question?
Like, how do you, because people's status is not talked about, how do you ensure that these students have the necessary resources that they need?
How would I ensure that they have the necessary resources? I feel like definitely helping expose them to the opportunities that are here on campus, like especially the resource centers. There's many, there's like the RASA, or there's the BSU, or there's the Acuity Pop, or there's the LGBT Resource Center. There's many centers for them that they can go to, especially where they can reach out, or they can like learn about the different opportunities. That's something that I've done. On my own time, I haven't only gone to KP, just the KP space. I've gone to other centers, like I've also gone to the other centers to also seek out and reach out for help. And yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably be the same and tell them, or not tell them, but like let them know about the resources that we have on campus. Like, yeah, Oasis, Women's Center, and just like all the other organizations, and not even just that, but like all the other organizations we have on campus. Like, I feel like no matter where you go, as long as you put in the work and like the time, like you'll get the most out of it. And at the same time, like I would just help continue to do what Starboard does as well, and Mainboard. But like Starboard, like honestly, we do a lot of retention work, and it makes me so happy to see like when we like do retreat and we see everyone find their kuya ates, and when we see everyone come out to study jams, like just honestly continuing to do that and continue to let people know that these programs and these events do exist will do a lot. Like I can honestly say that the KA program has done so much for me alone, like not even including study jams and Liaison and everything else, but just like getting a kuya, like he's like honestly my bestest friend, and like I go to him for anything I need, and I go to the fam, I go to I go to anyone in the KP community, and just like letting others know that like you're not limited to like your kuya ate, your fam, your outing, like knowing that, just letting them know that there are other people there letting them know that there are other people who are there to listen to you is honestly just enough, I think. And letting them know about resources.
Yay.
I was like, oh, it smells like fish ball. And then I saw that. It smells like
Yeah, I went down, I was like,
it smells like fish ball.
Take the
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god!
Okay, alright, we'll move on to the next position. It's Youth Access Co-Coordinator. Description: the Youth Access Co-Coordinators are responsible for planning the annual high school conference and at least one additional outreach and empowerment program. Coordinators directly work with high school students and encourage the pursuit of higher education to help recruitment for UCSD and offer support for Filipino youth in, but not limited to, San Diego County. These officers serve as youth outreach co-coordinators and youth empowerment coordinators on KP Capes. The distinction between the two positions lies in the different responsibilities in planning and organizing the high school conference, as well as their tasks involving Capes. The youth empowerment officers deal with logistics regarding the conference, which includes but not limited to Price Center events, services, and TAP, whereas the youth access officer has tasks geared towards outreaching to high school and promoting events. In the absence of Capes coordinator, one officer is required to attend the weekly student-initiated access programs and services Shapes meetings. As co-coordinators, these officers, along with Capes board, are responsible for helping plan quarterly shadow days and encore. These officers are also responsible for having an empowerment corner at GBMs at least once a quarter. And additionally, the the Yatos must fundraise in order to maintain the 2 annual KP scholarships for high school seniors. And we have Isabella and Max.
Nasty City! Nasty City dollar sign S!
More.
Go Tigers!
so say your name, your year, and then the position you're running for, and why. Oh, you can say your name. Sorry, just say anything you want.
My name is Isabella Amansek. I'm a first year. My major is History, Asian American Studies. My minor is Educational Studies. And I'm running for Youth Outreach Co-Coordinator. Okay. The reason why I want to run for this position is because I want to give back to the Spaces program, Shapes, and SAC programs that would reach out to Morse. Because like without programs like KP and like APSA and Spaces and Shapes, I wouldn't have gotten into college because like I wasn't even thinking about it. Where are you from? I'm from Nasty City. Solar sign?
What is your understanding of CAPES, formerly known as CORE? How do you plan on providing support for CAPES from GBMers throughout the entire year of programs, HSC aside?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. What is your understanding of CAPES, formerly known as CORE? How do you plan on gaining support for CAPES from GBMers throughout the entire year of programs, agencies aside?
So CAPES is community access programs for empowering students. And to outreach to other KP members and people not in KP and through GBMs.
It's pretty much just asking like, how do you plan on gaining supports for CAPES from GBMers throughout the entire programs? Because instead of like just getting people involved for HSC, how do you plan on getting people involved in like our other programs?
To gain other people's support, I feel like it's essential to provide knowledge of the work we do and like how we outreach to students and how we retain them within the space.
So being on two boards can be very time consuming, especially if you're unfamiliar with the board space. How do you plan on balancing responsibilities for both boards, academic responsibilities and other miscellaneous ones?
I feel like I manage my time very well, especially using the time. So, and I know like meetings are twice a week for my position. So I would definitely like prioritize my studies and then like work with my total and like try to like balance our work with one another as well as the two boards.
What's the difference between educational equality and equity, and what does that entail within your position?
Educational equality is like technically saying like everyone is allowed to like apply for colleges and get accepted, and then equity is like giving resources to retain students who have been accepted.
What is your experience with long-term planning and management?
I was in yearbook for 2 years, so like we would meet up over summer to like plan our theme and like how to organize each section in the yearbook. And like I feel like with that skill, it'd be like the same as working with or planning the high school conference.
What would you tell a student that really doesn't want to go to college, even after providing them resources to be able to attain higher education?
I feel like I would just tell them to consider it and consider other options besides like universities or 4 years, like vocational, and like middle school.
So over the past few years, high school conferences have been seeing a decrease in attendance. So how do you ensure that the attendance is not continuing to decrease, or what ways can you try to increase attendance for next year?
I would definitely use my experience to outreach to other high school students and like how it's impacted me in ways that I didn't think like it would. I feel like it'd be necessary to like constantly email or like pretend or like go to high schools and like talk to them, go to classes, which is what KP did.
Questions are comfortable answering.
Given that this position is usually a co-coordinator position, how, and there's only one of you. You have to absorb all responsibilities of this position, including the access and empowerment components. Oh, outreach and empower, sorry, I don't know. The outreach and the empowerment components, which are two completely separate parts. So, what organizational skills do you have to bring into this position? What type of networking skills do you offer as well? And what leadership skills do you bring? Because you also have to lead and delegate teams of people during HSC.
Can I answer like one question?
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, sorry. What sorts of organizational skills do you offer?
When planning HSC?
All parts of it.
All parts.
In general, for this position.
Organizational in general. Organizational. I definitely feel like I have good organization skills. Like I could like talk to previous circles and like ask for help and like how they plan HSC and how they work with other components and committees.
What type of networking skills do you have?
Since we're like branching out to the San Diego County, I have like a lot of connections with people from different high schools, especially since I grew up in San Diego. So it's like easy for me to like talk to different high schools, especially since I'm connected with some high school students in different high schools. So I guess reach out to them and then have their friends talk to their friends, as well as teachers.
And leadership skills.
I was the academic director. Okay, I was the academic editor for yearbook, and like I had to assign pages to my staff and like talk to them and make sure they were doing their work and like keep up with them. So I feel like I have those skills, as well as I was also the facilitator, co-coordinator for ABSA this fall quarter. And like I guess I got a taste of what it's like to be in the community for high school content.
Given the current political climate, a lot of students who are undocumented stray from like applying for like financial aid, college applications. What resources would you, or what would you do to provide, resources to better assure them that higher education is a major?
So that means they wouldn't go to like high school conferences? Like they wouldn't attend like high school conferences because of?
No, like just higher education. That like, given like the political climate, like there is anxiety for many undocumented high schoolers, and they feel that they're not able to, attain higher education. What would you tell them, or what resources would you provide for them?
I feel like that should be a workshop for high school conference.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I guess have people who have knowledge of that like talk about it during those workshops.
Okay. Coming from Southeast San Diego and from your own experiences, what do you think is the biggest problem in the education system and why?
I definitely think it's like, my area doesn't have the funds to provide resources for higher education, and like counselors from my high school also discourage us from like attending higher education. So like, I guess programs like KP and SAC or they would outreach and like encourage, and that it is possible to get into higher education.
What experience do you have with pre-event and post-event relations?
For APSA's high school conference, I would post it like all over my social media, and then I would also outreach to like my high school and like high schools in my area, and then afterwards, like I know some people would reach out to me like saying they didn't get the information, and I would like keep up with them and like keep emails, I guess, from people who are interested.
Thank you. So next we'll have activities coordinator. The activities coordinator plans and coordinates most social events. This officer is responsible for welcome week activities. Including
I know, I'm reading it.
including but not limited to bonfire. This officer is responsible for friendship games and annual holiday gift exchange and social event in winter and the annual semi-formal dance. This officer, along with the rec direct, will organize friendship games and create committees and start the beginning of the year. So the one running is Josephine Reyes, but because she is sick and is at home, we'll do the voting based solely off of her written application. Yeah, so that's how that's going to work. Are there any questions regarding that? No?
She wanted to be here, but she couldn't.
Yeah, she had already previously messaged like a day or two ago regarding missing it because she went to the emergency room. So, yeah. You have any questions? Okay. So next we'll go to social awareness coordinator. Social awareness coordinator acts as an official liaison to SAC and along with GenSex and COMAX, attends all SAC meetings. This officer will act as the official liaison to the affiliates program for the CCC. This officer can act as a representative to various community meetings and events, including but not limited to Meta Research Center Planning Committee, Coalition, CCAS, and AS Office of External Affairs. This officer presents and facilitates discussions on current events and issues that affect the Filipino and UCSC communities. This officer, along with COMACT and GenSex, are in charge of the critical or conscious corners at GBMs that discuss issues that affect the Filipino community. This officer acts as a representative of KP at various conferences, both at UCSC and outside of the campus, including not limited to UCSA Congress Conference, UCSA SOCC, UCSA Student Lobby Conference, and this officer co-coordinates the annual PA and Pinay Appreciation Dinner within PA with the COMACT and GenSex, as well as facilitating social studies class in Ethnic Studies 198, Contemporary Filipino Issues during winter quarter. And for that we have Louis Morales.
Hello everyone, I'm Louis Morales. I'm first year. My major is player, and I'm running for this position because I really derive like a lot of membership from this space, and I feel like this is like one of the ways I can give back because I have a lot of passion for like social justice issues, and I feel like one of the ways we can improve this space is by like increasing awareness of these issues and like deconstructing like cultural institutions like oppressive and stuff. Yeah.
So, other questions?
A lot on what you will touch on will be critical dialogue. How will you make this critical dialogue accessible to GBMers?
Okay, so one of the ways I think I can make like the dialogue accessible would be like incorporating like games and like different activities that like have undertones so that like so then it's like simple, and then at the end I'd be like, oh yeah, this represents this, like things like the privilege wash, I think is a good example of that.
Okay, yes. So Katie has been criticized for being both too political and not political enough. How would you respond to both of these claims?
Okay, so I think that like the existence of KP within itself, like in response to the not being political enough, I think that KP, like the existence of KP itself is like a political statement because we're like a group of people actively like creating this community, despite the fact that this university like actively like tries to exclude us. And then in terms of being too political, I need a moment. Okay. I would say that like, how can we be too political? Because these are like issues that like really just affect us, like not just in the university but at the world at large. And like if we decide to like not address those issues, then we're kind of just like creating our own ignorance, and we're like erasing the struggles of other people and of ourselves.
Political events at times have had low turnouts. How do you hope to increase turnout? And what other events would you hold other than informational workshops?
So like to combat like low turnout to political events, I would say not only just like having like political pillar events inclusively, but also like incorporating political like significance into like other events like PCC, for example, or like HSC, and showing like the political significance within those events is like a good way. Aside from informational workshops, I would say like having like joint GDMs, joint workshops with like other SAC orgs and like non-SAC orgs to like facilitate the creation of a community and like a space like not only like within KP like itself, but like to reach out to other people.
So adding on to that question, a lot of people in the KP space are STEM majors and aren't as invested in political/social issues. How will you promote / make political social issues appeal to STEM majors?
So a lot of social issues are like very applicable to like STEM majors, like because there's like a lot of things like for specifically like pre-med, where you can talk about the way I can talk about the ways like environmental racism affects like different marginalized groups in society and like how that impacts their health. So specifically for pre-med, that would be like a good example. So just like being able to like because of how different issues can impact like different STEM. There's like a lot of intersection between STEM fields and like social justice.
What is your understanding of intersectionality, and how does this relate to your position?
So intersectionality to me is being accommodating of people regardless of race, gender, ability, and ethnicity, among other things. And what it means to my position would be just helping to facilitate the creation of a space that is accommodating for all of those people, and just addressing the fact, and like avoiding erasure of their struggles, and like making sure that we are addressing their struggles and that they exist and that they're valid within the space and they're accepted within the space.
Okay, sorry. What is SAC and the other organizations part of it that are a part of it, and how does your position specifically have to do with SAC being a part of KP being a part of SAC?
Okay, so SAC stands for Student Affirmative Action Committee, and the 8 orgs that are part of it would be APSA, ESU, KP, MECHA, MSA, MESA, SDC, and PPOC. And then what was the other part?
And how does your position specifically have to do with KP being a part of STEM?
Okay, so with regards to my position specifically, it would mean that I would be, along with Gen Sex and Comic, like we would be KP's liaisons to the SAC, to SAC works, or to SAC like as a whole, and we would act as their representative in terms of like that space. And then, was there another part? Is that? Okay.
So that was 5. Are you comfortable answering more?
Yeah. Looks good.
What does allyship mean to you, and what actionable ways do you want KP to demonstrate allyship to other SAC communities going forward?
Okay. Alright, so allyship to me is just showing support and like creating solidarity between like not within KP itself, like as its own space, but with other SAC orgs and within the university at large. Actionable ways like to facilitate allyship. Is that what it is?
To show allyship.
Okay, to show allyship would be like encouraging our members to come out to like other SAC org events and like hosting like joint events would be, I think, would be another idea as well. Yeah, and just like just because we're in KP doesn't mean we just have to go to KP events. Like we can go to like PLC events, we can go to Metro's events, and like act like we can be like facilitators for their HSCs or whatever.
KP has been criticized, or been, I guess, involved in, what's it called, cultural appropriating blackness and being anti-black. How would you deconstruct anti-blackness in this space so that we are no longer anti-black?
So like one of the biggest ways would be like having workshops like on anti-blackness and like addressing that anti-blackness exists within our community, even if like some people aren't necessarily aware of it, and that like we all have like, due to the pervasiveness of anti-blackness like within like this country, like we all have like, or it's very. Wait, hold on a second. So then, okay, so having workshops, like addressing anti-blackness and its existence within our community, and showing solidarity with the DSU, and like communicating with them as to like how we can improve the presence of anti-blackness within our community and how we can like remove it, would be like the two biggest ways I can think of to address anti-blackness and how we can combat it within the KP space.
All right, next position, our co-cultural coordinators. Okay, do you want to take a Should just do it? Yeah. We'll do a time check. It's 8:02. We'll do a 8-minute bathroom break. We'll start again at 8:10. Go use the bathroom, get food. We will start right away at 8:10.
Maybe 8:10. You're a Coco, she said. You're still Coco. And you were as part of your I know. Wrong answer. But everyone's doing this so well. I'm so excited.
I think we need to find someone for our party.
That's cool, because there's no camera.
Oh, like it. You afraid of the camera?
That's why we're doing live streams and we're like, wait.
Why do you have to Just love it. Two seconds. I'm fine.
I was just wondering if you're going to be
Last year, we went upstairs. It's just like
They're easy once you've already done
Wednesday and it's not Friday, but I'm trying to do it one on for one on Friday.
I should go pee.
I'm kind of weird for audio.
Set alarm at 8:10. I would know not 8:10. It's like what set alarm for
Oh yeah.
Alright, let's start getting back in our seat. Okay, let's get started. Okay, we're gonna do co-cultural coordinator. Okay, so the co-cultural coordinators will direct the organization of the annual Filipino Cultural Celebration (PCC). They will also organize and oversee the official cultural cabinet and creative team. They shall be in charge of appointing and communicating with the directors, scriptwriters, choreographers, stage managers, and modern dance coordinators. They will also organize and oversee cultural performances, including but not limited to Magisamo, Martial Cultural Celebration, and overnight opening dinner. They assist the Vice Chair of Finance and/or Operations Manager with funding efforts for PCC. The COCOs are in charge of organizing cultural corners at GBMs and leading the class TDG 198 Filipino performance and misrepresentation during winter quarter of the school year. These officers actively promote increased education and awareness of Filipino culture and history for the benefit of the UCSD populations. And for that we have Arnell, Justin, Dream, and
Oh yeah. Wow. Are those PCC photo shots?
Damn straight.
Go more that way.
I feel that was going on.
Okay, oh, that's me. Okay. So again, the way it's gonna work is you'll have 3 minutes for each question thing, and then minimum 5 questions, and then you'll take turns going first. So like, Dream will go first for the first one, and then I'm just doing, and then Jean. Does that make sense? Yeah. You'll figure it out.
Just remind me, there also is the 3-minute rule thingy that will reset if I.
Okay, so go ahead.
Alright, hi y'all, I'm Doreen. I'm a 3rd year, so next year gonna be my 4th year in PCC. I'm a public health major, psychology minor, and I'm in college. And do I say why? Okay, I'm applying to be a co-cultural coordinator just because PCC has been the one element of KP that has always brought me back to the KP space. So as a freshman, my actor convinced me to apply, and ever since then I've always come back. Other than that, I haven't really been active within KP, so it's really the one aspect that's really the most important.
Hi y'all, I'm Justin. I'm a first year international business major from ERC, and I'm running for COCO because even though this is my first year, I've seen how much retention can be, how much retention there is with the different elements of COCO, like the TDGE class, PCC, Makasama, things like that. And I want to continue that legacy and retain both current undergrads and alumni and reach out and show the cultural aspects of being a Filipino, both in the past and now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jamina Sariano. I'm first year from ERC Physiology Neuroscience major. And I want to be a COCO because I like the space has already given me a lot, even though it's only been a few months. It's not even a full year of being a freshman here. in UCSC, and I just want to give back to the community. And also, I've lived in the Philippines. Like, I moved here like it's about like 6 years ago, so I know like more about the culture. Like, I have more knowledge like compared to you. But I just want to share that like the knowledge about the culture, and also I still want to learn more about the culture. And I want to be like one of the reasons like people keep coming back in this space and like be active. And also like I want to be one of the people who they like think for, and like when people enjoy like events that Coco's like hold, and like for example like PCC, like when they think like people who organize PCC, like that's when I know that I already gave back to them. But I gave back like even a little bit to the space.
Hello, good evening. My name is Selena Galumpa. My major, I am an ICAM major. For those that don't know, it's an acronym representing for Interdisciplinary Computing Arts. And my college is ERC, and I want this position because I realized that PCC, like yes, PCC is an important space for retention, but I feel like representing our culture and like the arts is very important, and to have artistic representation as well as academic representation like on this campus is very important, and I just want to get back to that.
Okay, so I'm Arnel Padilla. I'm a first year from Sixth College. I'm IB major. The reason I want to be a coach is because I really want to give people the same opportunity that I was given, and to elaborate on that, I came into the space not really knowing, like I rejected it at first because someone told me you should join KP, and I should have told them no. And I ended up here somehow, and throughout the process I learned to grow, and I learned more about my culture, and I can finally say that I'm proud to be a Filipino. And I think PCC was the main event that like solidified my space and like where I felt like I belonged. And I really want to be that person to help make someone else feel that way and help create those bonds, and I just want to make that like warm tummy feeling in everyone else that I want.
The position of co-cultural coordinator has duties that start immediately after elected. How do you plan on making sure you meet deadlines and making sure to stay on track in order for the planning process to run smoothly?
Well, I think most importantly, the main problem is a lot of people struggle with time management, but I think through my experiences, I've learned how to deal with that, and I already know how to be busy, but I still know how to meet deadlines, and I think ultimately just staying on top of your game is what's important, and if you can like deal with your stuff, then it should be fine.
Yeah, going off of what Arnel said, it's pretty much about time management is pretty much about priority. So if you place a high priority on being Coco and doing your duties and carrying out all the tasks that you're supposed to do, it should be fine. But yeah, and if I or like any of us have any other responsibilities, we have to like adjust the priorities, like based on like what's important to us and more important than what's important to the space.
So for me, like being organized is crucial, because that's what you said. The job of being a Coco starts like literally after being elected, and well, if I'm gonna be a Coco, I'm gonna review like everything that you've done for like planning everything throughout the year. And if I don't understand anything, then I'm gonna reach out to the past Cocos. So I can manage like the jobs and stuff, and I can plan ahead.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
So the position of co-cultural coordinator has duties that start immediately after being elected. How do you plan on making sure you meet deadlines and making sure to stay on track in order for the planning process to run smoothly?
Like everyone else said, being organized is definitely one of the key points that you need to have in order to make sure everything runs smoothly. That means setting strict deadlines for other people who are helping you and for yourself as well, because you are in the position, kind of the higher position, but it's still a two-way street type of thing. So you want to be able to manage your time, seek help if you need it, so you can meet those deadlines, do anything you can.
As everyone said, time management or information is really critical, and I also think it's important just to reach out to the previous coaches who have that experience in understanding how the deadlines work, and also, since it's a co-coordinator position, also keeping the open communication with your partner, just to be sure that you can set deadlines with yourselves and make sure that the schedule that you have isn't too much stress on one person, but both of you can work together.
How do you think this position is political? So then we start obviously that and go down the line back to
I feel like everyone has heard this answer before, but just the existence of KP as an organization is political because we're existing in a university where our viewpoint, our perspectives are marginalized. So to just show pride by just having not only PCC but all these other events like Makasama, just having these events and showing off our culture and telling other people like our story as Filipinos, it's just gonna be inherently political, and I just personally for me I feel like that's important because even though whether or not you perceive political as a good or bad thing, at least what you heard.
So politics and culture are tied together at some point, and for me it's just currently it's what our culture taught us, are going against what's going on currently in the political sense, and also when there are for PCC for cultural dances, sometimes we do cultural dances differently, and how the culture taught us, for example for Sintio or something, it's all girls, but for us as long as you're identified as long as you identify yourself as a girl, you can join the dance.
So, like mentioned earlier, KP as an org is pretty much political as is, but the position of co-cultural coordinator adds to that because it brings in the aspect of our culture and our identity and shows how that also plays a role in how politically involved we are, should be, or want to be. So,
yeah, as they said, KP is political. We have a political component to our different pillars. As a co-co, it also adds showcasing narratives of Filipinos and their culture. And within those narratives, you can add elements of what's going on in the political sphere nowadays and I feel like it creates a powerful forum for discussion if people are open to talking about it. And within that, I feel like that's one of the important goals of
I think the COCO position is political because PCC directly, we're a community that's celebrating our culture very public. What is that? Yeah, I forgot what his name is.
That's it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, like Selena was saying, our community and our culture and celebrating it publicly and showcasing it on stage is definitely political, but more specifically, another way to incorporate politics is through our storyline. And our, this year we had very modern concerns with like immigration, and I think spotlighting these issues is a good way to start controversy, start more like conversation.
As Coco, you do not only coordinate PCC. Do you know what other responsibilities in the Constitution that Coco's coordinate? And also, what new ideas do you have that you'll bring to this position to enhance cultural aspects and awareness?
Okay. Based on the Constitution, locals are responsible for teaching the class the TDGE 198 and misrepresentation, and we're also responsible for the cultural corners every GBM. And to add on to that, for the cultural corners, I'll have two suggestions. For the cultural corner, I feel like every time like we have GBMs or we can post on Facebook, the Facebook page, I feel like we can learn like a phrase or like a sentence in Filipino, because I feel like that's a step closer to being more knowledgeable about our culture. And also like for PCC, for practices, we can do icebreakers, and we can like talk to other board members about it if we need help, or to like other people who need help.
So through the Constitution, I know that some of the other responsibilities other than PCC include the TDGE 198 class, organizing the cultural dances for Magkasama, Marshall's cultural celebration, overnight dinner, the cultural corners, and things like that. And what was the second part of the question?
Sorry. What new ideas do you have that will bring more cultural aspects and awareness?
So, I know that we have cultural corners during GBMs, but not everyone can make it there. So, and we do have a YouTube channel, so maybe have like once in a while post a cultural corner video, maybe like just a few minutes, no longer than like 5 minutes, just to keep it going, especially since sometimes GBMs don't even have enough time to fit each aspect that they would want to fit in there.
Well, they covered the other responsibilities of COCOs, which is teaching the class, overseeing, I think, partially coordinating with the cultural celebrations like Pakistan and the education component is really important, which is the cultural corner.
Sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. Which is the cultural corner, and adding on to what they said, they came with really great ideas. I also think it would be nice to just do more research on my part, just because one reason I applied to be a COCO was to push myself to educate myself and the community more about different aspects of Filipino culture. And so I feel like finding articles or finding videos that I could just easily share with everyone. Like I know Maglalatig had like a feature on the news, and Lisa shared it with the PCC page because it was like, oh look, it's one of the dances we're doing. So I feel like trying to research and find more things like that to simply share, just because it's easy access for everyone.
To expand on the TGE class, one of my ideas is to create a class project maybe in some sort, whether it's a short media film that would be throughout the quarter, or even like a chalk mural, so it would be temporary, and it would just like showcase and like go out more and like, shoot, yeah, but that's my idea.
So I'm most basically some of the duties of COCO's already, so I will repeat it, but technically everything else. But in terms of like new ideas to bring social and cultural awareness, in general, I would just say just to play a more active part and bringing that awareness, like not only just like sharing on social media, but doing like more tangible stuff, like setting up workshops, or like Lauren Nelson, painting, not painting murals, but like, you know, drawing chalk murals, and like have more activities in which, you know, if they seem fun, like that look fun, and that it's like an opportunity for people to physically get together and just bond and connect, and as well as like, you know, have that awareness, have that, you know, know your culture and like know your thing, and all the other things that result in just being a Filipino in modern times today.
So this is a co-position, if you don't already know. You're more, you're most probably going to be working with somebody next year right now. So how well do you work with others, and how do you plan on working with your co? And then adding on to that, how would you handle miscommunication and different working styles?
So I feel that I communicate well because in the past I've had positions on other boards, like Key Club in my high school, or Asian Club, and stuff like that. And one of the best ways to work together is to have an open relationship, talk about anything that may be worrying you, anything you're struggling with, what you might need help with, giving your ideas too, even if it may contradict your code, and working to find a happy medium, or working to find out what would be best for whoever you're producing, whoever the outcome is for. So if it's like, if you do the like the cultural corner, it may apply to you more than someone else, so you may want to tweak it so that it applies to the general public and informs everyone and things like that. Am I missing any part of the question?
How do you handle miscommunication and different working styles?
With miscommunication, it's better to be upfront and handle the situation as soon as possible so that you can get back on track. Because if you don't, you could leave that as is, and then it could just keep growing and adding on, and that will make it harder to come back and work with your code, and you need to have a healthy relationship so that everything can run as smoothly as possible.
So I feel like I'm fairly good at communicating with my partner and working well with others, just because personally I like to be more of an intermediary and like help other people out. Within this position, I know I have to be more headstrong, which is something I've slowly been learning more and more to do, which makes me proud of myself a little bit. And I just think that within the co-position, it's important to always have that open communication, because as I've seen with like past co-cultural coordinators, they have a really strong relationship, and I feel like it's because of such strong communication. So if there is miscommunication, it's important just to be upfront about it and just discuss all the issues, so that way there's no bad air between anyone. What was the other part to that?
How do you handle different working styles?
With different working styles, as long as the other person I'm working with isn't procrastinating and is still playing their ball, I think that it's fine. For me, I'm more of like a quiet worker, but I'm flexible in the ways that I work, so I feel like I would be able to work well with them.
In terms of when you said with working someone else, I like to think of it more as you're learning and you're growing from this other person, because personally I'm not as in tune with everyone here. It's very surface level, I think, and like I think there's a lot more learning and growing that I can do with these people, whoever gets chosen, after chosen. But but yes, because you're not just creating PCC, you're creating a friendship, you're creating a relationship,
And ultimately, if you do succeed in creating this friendship, it eliminates the idea of miscommunication to a minimal. And when you say working with other different styles, I think it's definitely important to play to each other's strengths, and you work off of who does what better, and if you try to cover others' weaknesses, that's what success looks like.
Could you repeat the question?
This is a co-position. How do you work with others, and how do you plan on working with your co? How would you handle miscommunication and different working styles?
I think for me personally, I feel I'm fairly good at working with others, especially because I've been a performer for like 7+ years. So I know how to work with not only like one person, but with like the entire group in general. And so working with the Coco, I feel that I'm able to communicate and work with them. And in terms of like miscommunications and working with different work styles, I feel like it's a two-way street. It's gonna be a learning process to understand each other and learn how each of you work in order to create an efficient relationship in which you're carrying out all the tasks for being a Coco. So I feel like that's how I would address that. Whether it's going to be like really fast or gradually, I feel like that's a process that I have to go through in order to accommodate to my partners to make sure that we're doing our job.
I feel like working with a co would be like easier for me instead of like working like with a lot more people, because I'm a pretty understanding person. I would listen to my close opinions first, and then I would like add it to my opinion. And also that goes for to avoid misunderstanding, and also like dealing with having different work styles working. And as like from my experience working in a fast food chain for like a year, like working with a lot of people under pressure, I understand like a lot of people's struggles, so like I would like know what they're going through first, and then understand it, and then like whenever like they're having trouble, like I would be there for them and like support them. Is there another part of the question?
What is Bayanihan and how is Coco important to this organization? What is Bayanihan and how is your role important to this position? How is your position important to this organization? It's the. I want to say, I can't think. I don't know.
I personally don't.
I personally don't know either, because is it okay if you can explain what it is so that I can answer your question?
What is Bayanihan and how is your position important to this organization?
I can try to answer that question. Even though I don't know what the concept is, I am willing to learn and make those connections in order to see how it does relate to my position. That's all I can pretty much say. I'm sorry, I can't say more.
I believe finding us a collective, and as a Coco, as a co-co, I feel like it's our responsibility to like talk about like to talk to other co-cos and like other schools.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain it so then y'all can check. So basically what we done is a dance troupe that had kind of homogenized the Filipino dance, like cultural dance representation, basically by making it more theatrical, making it kind of like just disgracing the traditional way sometimes, and making it more of a theatrical performance rather than the traditional Filipino performance. So it's just a dance troupe that had come to America, or I don't know if it probably is, I think it's they're just like a dance troupe that have kind of taken over Filipino cultural dances. Hopefully that clarifies. So you can start again.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I worded it wrong. Kabayanihan. Sorry. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's still no, it's not. So Bayanihan was what I was saying is the dance company. After Marianne once.
No, yeah, that's different. Sorry, it's Kabayanihan, not Bayanihan. Sorry. That's my bad.
Wait, I think repeat the question.
No, it's fine. Since it's not in the Constitution, right? No. No, but it was about, it's basically a quote-unquote organization, and it's basically to save the Tagalog classes, so what is your goal with that? Sorry, that's my bad.
Okay. I guess, are we gonna?
Which one do we? We can also so with the continuing lack of needed budget for PCC due to the funding cuts, how do you plan on dealing with such circumstances? What experience do you have with budgeting?
So I guess I'm answering first. Finances are hard in anything just because it's always hard to find the proper amount of resources. So first it would be just trying to work with what you have, but in order to access funding, I know that you can work with AS, and I think it's TAPS to try and get some from them. And then I would hopefully try to be able to reach out to groups across San Diego County who are willing to provide donations. And I know that last year you started a GoFundMe page, but I think I would start it as soon as possible and just like advertise it more widely, just because I feel like it didn't get that much popularity, like didn't really get spread. Within budgeting, I have made a budget before, just because I worked with, as a Sixth College ambassador and as a senior ambassador, one of our roles was to create a budget for one of the Welcome Week events. And so I did that, and it got approved by Sixth College Council. I feel like within UCSD, because it's such a big production, it would have to go even further to AS just to get all that.
To add on, if we didn't have enough funds, I would definitely say try fundraising more, but not one giant one, a couple small ones in and out throughout the year. One idea would be bid on board or bid on creative team, which would be like special women ones. And I think to add on to that, it kind of relates to connecting people to other people, like connecting. I know I connect best when it's one-to-one and like it's interaction between person to person, face to face. And I think doing like a bid to bid when you fundraise, it kind of sounds like you're buying something. That sounds really bad, but it's basing off that concept and other small fundraisers. And in terms of budgeting, I was in the past treasurer, and I also had the budget for prom and Sadie's. And here at UCSD, I have the budget for Circle K's Team Smileys committee for my event. So that's the experience I have with that.
For experiences in budgeting, for the most part, I've only been more on the other side of like the person that has to like contribute to the budget. But I did have insight into what was going on, as like, you know, I had to know like, you know, what were the circumstances of this budget, like what are the parameters, how much do I need to pay, how much do other people need to pay. So then that's my experience in that, as well as like my personal expenses. I work a small job at Starbucks off campus, and I do that not only for my personal expenses, but sometimes my parents, need my financial resources in order to help themselves. So I also have experience in that. I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question?
So, with the continuing lack of needed budget for PCC due to funding cuts, how do you plan on dealing with such circumstances?
In terms of those struggles, even though that there is a lack of resources, you can always find other resources like elsewhere, and that can come from like resources from like on campus here, such as TAP, and you can also find it in other people in terms of fundraising. Like going off of what Arnell said, we could do like small fundraisers rather than one big one, so that like generally the picture is that there's a bigger turnout. Oh my God. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. On top of that, you can always find out not only with like resources within KP, but with like within your own experiences. Like I know for BJ, for on the take, he had to borrow a couple more coconut shells from another org that was off campus or from personal connections that you know. So then there's resources from that as well. And it's just like, just in general, like if you don't find one resources here, like just know that there's like other resources out there that are there to help you, but you just have to find them.
To cover the expenses, I would reach out to people within the board, like the vice chair of finance and also the operations manager, and then I'm going to I would start the GoFundMe page, and then as soon as the cultural dances are finalized, I'm gonna reach out to like other schools that are nearby, or probably like I have friends with, if they have like a PCC or PCN, and then like maybe borrow their props and like costumes. My experience for budgeting, I paid for all my expenses during senior year high school, so yeah, I didn't ask for any time. And I was also the treasurer for Filipino Club in high school, so I had to like list everything that we needed for the float for festival, and also I was in ASB transfer publicity, so we had to like buy more paper, like posters, and ink for making banners.
Personally, I haven't had any direct experience with budgeting with the positions that I've held before, but there have been times where I was asked to help, or I offered to help the budgeting positions in our clubs. If they need help to plan a fundraiser, where to find the funds, how to do like most of those planning type of things. And in terms of budgeting for the COCO position, we, like everyone else was stating, we have like the GoFundMe, we can find other resources from elsewhere. It's not only up to us, or the responsibility is somewhat on us. It is on us, but we can always outreach to other schools for supplies if we do need them. We can outreach to other board members, our and if we need it, we can also outreach to the community and see if they have any ideas that we can implement, like what kind of fundraisers would they be interested in, so that we can get the most the largest group we can contributing to it. And then with that, it also helps build community too, because it gets them involved, it makes their ideas heard, and it helps with the whole process.
So that's fine. Are y'all comfortable answering more questions? Go ahead.
So because your event, like your major event is until towards the end of the year, a lot of what you'll do throughout the year is like not only organizing your own thing, but also supporting others in their own events. So how will you ensure that you won't burn out before your event even starts? And then ensuring that those that have their event prior to you will be throughout your process. Yeah. So basically, how will you make sure that you won't burn out by like being like on board generally before your event even starts, and then while other people finish up their events before your season starts, how will you ensure that they're still going to be there for you as well?
I think creating board support is important, and I think creating a positive atmosphere throughout the entire year is what keeps the drive going. Like if you have a negative tone to everything you do, then it's obviously gonna like translate throughout everyone else, and I think that's what's probably gonna cause the burnout. So I think if you try to prevent that, then that would probably help.
To prevent being burnt out, I feel that you should always look to the positive side, or look to the bright side, as cliche as that sounds, because go off of what Arnell said, if you do like look at things negatively, you're going to get more frustrated, and it's going to be a more like tired process because you're putting that much negative energy into it. So to just be positive and know that there are other solutions, other resources, and like other things you can try in order to pull off an amazing PCC is important. And to make sure that the support is reciprocated, I feel that positivity plays in that as well. If you are positive and showing off support in like other people's events, then the energy will be reciprocated, and it's more likely for the turnout to be better that way.
Yeah, as what Anil said, the board support is really important. And also like always, as a couple, like always reach out to like everyone who needs help. Even if they say that they don't need help, just offer, just in case they're like really shy. So like ask you for help. And also like don't, as a couple, like I shouldn't overstep on anyone's projects or like events. Just like I have my time to shine, like during PCC. And also like since we're talking about like community and like giving back, I know that people are gonna help me like when the time comes that I need help. So right now, like before PCC or like the biggest event of being a COCO, I'm just gonna give like as much help as I can to others.
So to prevent burning out, self-care would be one of the main things. Like it's a year, being a COCO is a year-long process. So if you do need a break, you should take one so that you don't get that attitude of like, I don't want to do this anymore, why did I do this? So that you can just re-energize and then so that like you can re-energize yourself. There's also, you can also build relationships with your co or your board, and then it could be like one of those things where it's like you may help them for something and then they might help you back without even asking if you need help, just because like you were part of one of their projects at some point. So it's kind of like you need to have healthy relationships with others and with yourself.
I also believe in self-care, and personally it's been something I have had trouble with just because I usually put myself down, and within the past couple of years I've learned how to fight against that. It's also important with relation to the other board members to also ensure that they're practicing self-care and giving them positive affirmations as well, just because being a student alone at UCSD can be enough to cause burnout. Adding on additional roles like this can be even more stressful. What is my I think that also within board, I feel like board should be like a little family. So within the larger KP space. And so within that, I feel like everyone should be helping out each other where they can, when they can, and just making sure that they're not overdoing it themselves, that they're taking the chance to stop, look, breathe, listen, and feel, and figure out what place and time they are, just to get a larger sense of overview. Because I know personally, sometimes I tend to look too much at the small details, and I need to take that time to step back and look at the larger picture to be sure that I know what's going on and that I can take a breather and realize where I am.
Kind of a long question.
It's a long question. Alright, so we're going to relocate because we're going to get kicked out at 9. So this is your break for now until 9 p.m. We will most likely be reconvening on the 3rd floor. Yeah. It's looking for us to do. Oh, actually, everyone help us
Intern. Intern next year.
There's another one right there.
That's it.
There's an old one. What do you call it? An old one always keeps looking at Am I right?
Once a board member, always a
With support.
Can we move that way for a supplemental trip?
Oh, wait, hold on.
You should unplug it.
Yeah. Whose laptop is this?
Is it still on?
Yeah.
We're relocating, just in case anybody's wondering. Hey, Jamie just asked.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's still going, people are watching. You know what, for the break?
It's still live?
Yeah.
Wow, this is gonna be for posterity. Stop. Can you bring this upstairs? Yeah. I'm gonna go set up. Hey, Smile, you're live.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Who's
Are you still gonna watch?
How do you know who's watching?
I don't know. No, this is on YouTube. It just like records it and it saves it on YouTube. Adrian, did you save this spot? Okay, I was like, fuck, someone's sitting. Can you help me organize?
Sure.
So like they're gonna stand here, right? So just like
turn all the chairs around.
yeah.
Oh my god, we're not gonna be on board anymore.
I know, outgoing.
Fuck. Yeah.
That's good, right? Yeah. I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay.
Coco? Ate Coco?
It's okay. It's a live stream.
It's on us.
What? Maybe it's chairs. VIP. I got a little testing to come over. Me neither. But now she knows. Wait, what? Or not on the other side?
Hello.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Are you waiting for roll?
No. You want me to roll? Roll the back? You see so what was your Instagram post?
Well, I don't know. I just saw those pictures. I really don't remember what these were. But I'm going to post them.
You are? You're out.
I really don't remember when I did them, so.
Or just gonna be No, like literally.
This is watching.
Yeah, it is still going. I haven't. Oh, it is still going.
Who's watching? You're so
Oh, could you Jamie a step up? Could you Jamie? Hello.
Shout out. Shout out.
Oh. Okay. What time is it right now? I know. It's scratchy.
Scratchy, I don't like this. I'm moving.
Are you there the whole time?
You gotta go.
Okay.
Wait, oh, is it lagging?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I'm not there anymore.
Okay. We'll get. Should we just keep going? All right. Let's just continue the Coco questions. I'm gonna go get them. Y'all might want to talk louder though because now that we're out, they won't be able to hear us.
Oh, it's like an earthquake?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna ask a question. Okay, so PCC takes up a lot of time, especially as the event gets closer and closer. And the event usually falls when midterms start and when schoolwork starts to increase. How important is time management to you and how do you practice it?
I can start with Gerald Stern. Time management, especially at the at that time, is very critical in order to achieve not only academic success, but to have a successful PCC. So so if it's important to me, like time management, I would just address it by really scheduling out my time and really assessing any problems or any issues that will arise during that time, and to really utilize my Coco and other resources such as past Cocos in order to gain advice or to just have help in making sure that that PCC is carried out and that at the same time my GPA is not
time management is really important, especially like PCC season, and especially when Heaven Week approaches. I would like, especially like academics, I'm gonna make sure that I'm not gonna miss any like lectures or go to discussions. And like if I miss anything, like I would go to office hours, my professor or TAs, and then I'm gonna write down everything on my planner, or like on my like put down everything on my laptop, like and plan every minute as much as I can, and like I guess like for like planning PCC or like as PCC approaches, like I shouldn't plan like any like one-to-ones, I guess. Like, I hope people understand that. Yeah, like I feel like or plan one-to-ones, but like it should be planned like way ahead of like way ahead. So and then I should like for my opinion, I should provide like an hour or two for, of my time so that like I catch up on like whatever I haven't done in a while. I have to do for PCC.
What was the question? Time management. So one of the things to help with time management is to plan ahead, but also leave yourself some room in case something does happen unexpectedly, because you don't want to have everything planned out right away and then something else happens and then your whole plan just gets all messed up. You want to try and be as flexible but as organized as you can. Whenever you normally have free time, you should be using that to your advantage to get whatever work you need to done instead of pooping off, because you need to use that to your advantage, especially when like PCC gets closer and then Heaven Week, because once PCC is over, your main responsibility is done. You will still have some on the side, but you will have more free time too. So you can use that time to catch up on whatever you weren't able to do before.
Going back to the original question, time management is 100% important to me, just because I feel like it's something everyone struggles with and it's really hard to perfect. Personally, I like having a physical planner, just so that way I can have a detailed overview of everything that I need at once. With relation to PCC and Heaven Week, this was actually the first year where Heaven Week wasn't too bad for me with respect to my classes, just because I didn't have really heavy STEM classes this year, so that was a sigh of relief. But I know that going into next year, it being my last year, it will feel like it piles up again. I just need to keep myself accountable and spend my leisure time more wisely than I do every so often in the past, just because sometimes I like to take more breaks than I should with regards to my academics, just because it's really easy to fall into that scheme. But with the way that I've been studying lately, I feel like I can keep it up and try to do better in the future. And so that way, going into the next year, it will be easier to have my life more planned out. And I think it's just important to plan ahead, as they've all said, because planning ahead is how you keep your life organized, and then you know what all your commitments are, so then you can't bite off more than you can chew, which is something I've done in the past, and I'm learning better about myself to not do that. And so just having that set in the time to do that.
Yeah, like they said, it's all about prioritizing and planning. Specifically, if I was to be elected COCO, I'd definitely put more workload on my fall and winter quarter in terms of classes, so then my spring quarter would be more free and open, and that's probably how I plan best.
Can I add more? Yeah, and also like besides like the planner and stuff, I would share my schedule with my co, so we can like organize our meetings. Like, like accordingly, and like we can plan ahead of time, like together.
It's kind of a long question. So,
Can you speak
yeah. This is going to be a long question, so just be ready. I'll repeat it, but. So conflicts over the years have included a disconnect between the Cocos and the ability to support their creative team with creative decision-making, such as scriptwriting, directing, and giving feedback to the dance, singing, and acting performance. This disconnect has affected the quality of time planning, preparation, and the implementation of PCC. What is your understanding of a Coco's role on the creative team, which may be completely separate of their role on board? And with your creative background, how do you hope to address this disconnect if you are Coco?
Wait, can you all also speak up?
Yeah.
So I feel like for the disconnect between the creative team and the Cocos, like all goes to attending community forums. Like I feel like everyone in the community forum should just be honest, and I feel like it's just they should maintain like good communication between each other, and like I feel like as a Coco, like I should be like straightforward and like upfront of what I want to happen like during PCC, and the creative team like should do the same thing as me. So I don't like set like a really high expectation from them, and then they don't give it to me. So yeah, I feel like it's just communication. Can you repeat the last part of the question?
So,
Just a question.
how do you hope to address the disconnect if you are do you have your go back?
So it's basically just a disconnect, right? I feel like communication is key for like everything, like because I didn't, or like the Cocos didn't put the creative, like people in the creative team in that position if they don't trust them. So I feel like it's just, if there's a flow of communication between them, the disconnect would be less, or like there's nothing.
There's actually two parts to the question. So the other part to the question was, what is your understanding of a Coco's role on the creative team, which may be completely separate of your role on their what is your understanding of a Coco's role on the creative team?
So basically, one part of the question is the disconnect. The second part is your role on the creative team is different than your role on board as a whole.
Because so as a Coco, like I trust the people who I assign as a creative team to like teach the people who are who are joining PCC, and like for them to learn the songs and the dances, and I feel like it should just be communicate with each other and like share your expectations.
So the first question was, how would I address the disconnect?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like with most things, communication is key to address pretty much anything, whether you're on board or not. Coco, chair, vice chair. You just need to have that open communication, express how you feel. Yeah, because if you keep certain things to yourself, it may not seem like a big deal at the moment, but later on it can add up, and then that can make it even worse than if you just addressed it in the beginning. And that would have prevented the disconnect in the first place. And then, what's the second part?
So,
What is
the role on board is different from your role on the CT. So, your role in KP board and your role in creative team.
Okay. So, the role, I feel like the role in the creative team would be to oversee the different components, make sure it's executed as best as possible, make sure the message gets out there. And then for Coco, there's some overlap with getting the message out there, making sure everything runs smoothly. It's just Coco has more of the year-long overview, while creative team is focusing solely on PCC and the message. So that would be kind of like the differences, but in general, I feel that they have a good enough overlap. I don't know if that answered the question.
In my opinion, the COCO's role with creative team is to act as intermediary to be sure that there's no disconnect as much as possible. So they're the main communicators between all tasks and between the different components, because since PCC is so large and complex, not each component doesn't always get to see and communicate with each other and figure out how much progress has been made. So as with COCO, it's important to keep within creative team to make sure that everyone's keeping up with their deadlines and everyone is moving forward. And if any component is having trouble, the COCO can act as any trouble or like any hardship trying to move forward within that progress. The COCO can act as a source for help within that to aid that aspect of creative team and just help them move forward, because I feel even though I've only ever been a part of the dances, I feel like every aspect of PCC is very difficult to manage by yourself, which is why the COCOs are there to provide that extra support for the script writers, for the choreographers, for the director. And so that's what I feel. And to help with that disconnect, I feel like having a mini retreat just with creative team and the COCOs could help, so that way they also feel an extra bond, just because I feel like having that bond will allow for more open communication. As I said earlier, having straight up communication will help clear the air better, and so I feel like having that and being open as a COCO too, so that way you're approachable for anyone that has those issues to come to you. I feel like that would.
To stop disconnect, one of my main ideas was to have weekly creative team like meetings, like for dinner, like really short, so like it wouldn't be an inconvenience. But also, if we're gonna be a team, I really like they better act like a team. We all better be one. So I want everyone to like know what each component's doing, and I kind of want to force intertwining, because Queer Joseph was talking about during the circle we did like this thing, and every circle is like different stories, different something, we all intertwine. So I kind of want to mix and blur the lines of dance and singing and acting. So one of my specific ideas would be doing a contemporary duet in like the middle of a ballet of an acting scene. So then you were kind of forced to like get the components together, and then it would spark communication. And shoot, what else was I saying? And as my role as a COCO, I'm not just there to like point and tell them to just do their thing. I want to be a part of it. I want to I want to know. I want to like be engulfed in it, and everyone like has to be in it too.
To be Coco is to be like involved in the process, not only of like directing everyone of where to go, but just also like really integrate yourself into like the performance position and really experiencing what's going on. And in terms of disconnect, I feel that to connect us again is to just like have more times in which like we are allowed to bond. I know Hermes during Heaven Week we hosted like the KA activities, and I feel like that really improved our connection a lot, and it really showed up, and that really showed at the end of PCC. So I feel like we should have more stuff like that. And in terms of Coco being like in separate roles as like being the Coco and being the creative team, I feel that the Coco has to like fill both of those like positions in order to like mend the disconnect, because like Justin said earlier, they are like the bridge between like, you know, the components, the acting cast, the stage crew. Like they're pretty much like the glue that like puts everyone together and melds it into like what PCC is today. And I feel like also to address the disconnect is to also address that like PCC is a performance. To like carry out a performance, you need to understand that like, you know, there is a specific task that like needs to be done, and like and it's kind of like, I don't like to say it, but it's kind of like a job, but it's like a fun job. Like everyone I assume everyone wants to do it. So then to like carry out this job, you have to understand that there is a line between like, you know, being friends and being cordial and just like really like asserting yourself and getting stuff done. So then I feel like that's also how to like address the disconnect, because I feel like people are just like too afraid to like you know, address something, because like, oh no, they're my friend, I might like offend them. But it's just like, really, I feel like in terms of the performance, like you shouldn't like let that get in your way, because it's gonna like lead to more miscommunication and, you know, to assumptions, and like it could lead to like a bunch of other things.
Can I ask something about the disconnect? So what I noticed about PCC was that there were some people in like various components that didn't know how their dance or song played a role into the statement that we were trying to put out through the performance. So then, like, I feel like there should definitely be more communication within those, so that they know that they're not just in that component, or that they're in the show, but get them to the idea that there is a reason why this is here in this spot in this particular show, and not one of the past ones or one of the upcoming ones. So this leads into like more open communication between the components, so that they know their purposes.
Okay, so people have criticized Filipino culture as extremely heteronormative, anti-black, sexist, homophobic, etc. How would you use this position or the events that you do to deconstruct or shed light on these claims?
Okay. So I do agree that there is all of those things within the Filipino culture, but what we should try to do is we need to show that we're, just because maybe the majority or a few of us in this culture do have those ideas or those beliefs, it doesn't represent this whole community itself. Each person has their own ideas, that's how they would represent it, but it shouldn't be used to generalize everyone. We're all our own person. We shouldn't be strictly set into one specific thing because of what someone who looks like us or has the same background as us thinks.
I agree that within Filipino culture, there has been a lot of push towards heteronormativity, anti-blackness, and all of the things stated in that question. And I think KP as a group itself has been very progressive. And within PCC, I've already seen those changes happening. We had Ryan, was part of Sinkil, who has who looks male, but he identifies as female. And I think that in itself is already beginning to help change that narrative. And as a COCO in my role as education, I think it would be important to figure out where those narratives came from in the first place and why those ideas are there and how we as students here and now can sort of bring an effective change about that and help lead to the changing ideas and norms. Because like I feel like in California here at UCSB, we're a lot more open and liberal to going against those systems. We gravitate a lot more towards equality for everyone. So I feel like within our space we can talk and discuss more about that and find other ways to have people portray those ideas.
Like I said earlier, I think I would probably put these issues in the storyline itself, so then you would put it on stage and literally put a spotlight on it and like bring it in front of people and allowing it to be controversial and allowing it to be put in front of them and challenge what their original ideals were.
I feel like it's important that like these negative aspects are existing in our culture, but I also feel that, in order to just show everyone, that's not the case. It's just put those other narratives that are not heteronormative or sexist, into PCC. I feel like, especially with this year, I feel like with PCC, that, I didn't get that vibe from PCC at all. The main lead for PCC was Filipina. It was a female lead, which is uncommon in most movies and theater. In terms of Brian Okazaki performing in dance, that's usually performing females. I feel like that really speaks for how progressive PCC has been, but there's always something to improve on. So Arnell said, we could put those other narratives that stories that are marginalized, into PCC so that people are more aware and that that we are not as heteronormative, sexist, and exclusive as everyone thinks we are.
I feel like that's those topics are perfect for showing progress in our community, and showing using those themes for PCC. I feel like it's gonna be it's gonna be controversial a little bit because there are elders who are gonna watch PCC. It's not just us students, but I feel like it's a way to show them that we're being progressive of those topics, and also I feel like maybe during GBM we can find an article story about it, changing our beliefs about it, and as what Justin said before, every one of us is different, and us being Filipino Americans, not all of us are born in the Philippines, so we don't really relate to those.
Attendance and retention has been a reoccurring issue at campuses, also most notably within the upper class. How will you resolve this issue and get people to come out, especially when the rotation is or for whatever component?
As I said before, I've only been within the dancing component, so my experience comes from being within cultural and modern dances where there are rotations. In terms of trying to keep retention throughout the entire practice, one thing that I miss is having showcases at the end of each practice where after each practice the dances, for all who don't know, because I feel like we didn't really have that this year, where at the end of each practice there would be a few minutes allocated to each dance to show off how much progress they've made, and I always liked that aspect of PCC because that's where I felt like there was a lot of community to be grown, because it was positively. It was like affirming the rest of our community members and saying like, yay, there was something else that you did, and so I feel like that would help. And if possible, try and get showcases to have aspects of each component to come together every so often, I think would also help. Can you repeat the question?
Attendance and retention has been a recurring issue at practices, also most notably within the overclasses. How will you resolve this issue and get people to come out, especially when their rotation isn't on for cultural practice or whatever component they may be?
Going to the retention of upper heads, I realized that as you move forward as a student here at UCSD, you gain more responsibilities. But that's one thing that I really want everyone who applies to be a part of the PCC process really takes into account. And I know it's really hard to stress that just because people read it and they know it's something fun, so then they'll just go through it. But I really want to try and emphasize that as much as possible, just because it is a time commitment, and by signing up to be a part of PCC, they're saying that they're willing to go that extra distance to put in that effort. Within upper heads going into the next year, there have been people who I've seen have recurringly come to the PCC space, and I hope that they just have better influence than I do, since I'm not widely active within KP, to push others to join in and help, especially to bring in the upper heads and to help retain the younger heads as well, because it is a place where you can get new players and atas, you can form new relationships with audience, and I feel like that's something really important that can help people come back and stay within the PCC space.
I think in terms of attendance, it was kind of a problem in the beginning with multiple components, especially with Kantahan and like Batunan, because we had to keep relearning and relearning. It was kind of really irritating. So I think putting in a stricter system, like a 3-strike you're out, like if you don't communicate with your director specifically, then like that's your fault, I'm sorry. You should at least communicate. So then therefore, it at least forces you to freaking communicate. So then I think that would be like a kind of a solution to the attendance part. And in terms of retention, I think I'm like assuming for like 4th years, right? Is that like the concept you're going for? For like retention, are you like assuming like 4th years or? Okay. Well, in terms of retention, I think there's only so much you can do. But personally, going up to like certain people and like the heart of their class and telling them, oh, can you please come out? Can you please tell your class to come out? Like if you get the main person and you spark a couple more, it just keeps sparking out. So then like a good example is like if I went up to Ata Terumi and be like, hey girl, can you please just come out? She would tell Ata Sarah, and then Ata Sarah would tell Ata Rena, and then like it would just keep spreading like a virus. And then like that's how it works.
Attendance and retention has been a recurring issue at practices, especially most notable within the upper classes. How will you resolve this issue and get people to come out, especially when their rotation isn't on for cultural practice or whatever component they may be?
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed at PCC. It's just that attendance was kind of, it was like bad. I think like, cause then like attendance is like so crucial, because then without like people being there, how are you gonna like, how are the choreographers gonna like choreograph their dance or keep blocking, or like how's Kantahan gonna like sing like without like the bass or like the high falsettos and stuff. So I feel like to address that is like two things. Like one thing is just like commitment, like really like communicate to the ACAS again, everyone involved in PCC, that like commitment is very important. Like they have to like learn from like you have to communicate from the get-go that this is going to be a time-consuming project, and it's just and you need to be dedicated to like, you know, take most of your time in order to like pull off a successful production. And though I understand that we do get busy and people are busy, like at the same time it is an excuse, but at other times it's not an excuse. If you like really want stuff to happen, you will like make it happen by communicating to your directors that can't make it, or like, you know, just like pulling a couple strings for your other activities in order to like be at PCC. So to just like have a balance of those two and really like understanding like how big a production PCC is, not only for like the co-goers, but like also to the community all casts. I feel like that's how you can improve attendance. And in terms of retention, I feel that really just like, and really just like be proud of like what you're in, like whether it's like in acting or like in dancing or singing. Like really like show off that like you are in PCC and you like get excited, because then it's just like all about energy. If you're like positive, like if you're like positive about like what you're thinking about, then like others will like grab onto that as well. So if you're like positive that you're in PCC, then like people will like, you know, get encouraged, you know, just like, oh my god, maybe I should like do this too. And they'll like maybe think that like consciously or subconsciously, but at least like you plant that seed in their mind so that like, you know, like so that you know they can at least think about like being involved in this like really great process.
Okay, so attendance-wise, like, or I mean, before that, KP in general, like every event or like projects, like if you sign up for it, it means you're agreeing to commit to everything. And so attendance-wise, like I feel like for every component there should be like, for being more organized, I feel like there should be like a sign-in sheet at least. And then it helps the directors and like the COCOs to see who's actually willing to commit and who's actually like going back to practices and stuff. So they know that, and they see that who's actually like into that, like that type of component, and like like tell if a person can't go to practice, like tell the directors ahead of time or the COCOs. And also like to be more lenient, I kind of don't like, I agree with like Arnell's like 3 strikes and you're out, but to be more lenient, like I want to hear the person's like situation at that time, and if they're really struggling, then I'll talk to the director, and then I can like just talk to the director. And then for retention, like just in general, just not during PCC, like I feel like I would tell the upperclassmen to why they joined KP in the first place, or why they applied it, they did the KAA app in the first place, because like we all look like us freshmen or like fresh class in general, like we look up to our kuyates, and so like if we don't see our kuyates around, like how are we gonna build community? Like who are we gonna ask if we're like really confused? Like us freshmen, like we didn't know what we signed up for at PCC. Like I didn't know like what I signed up for when I did Binasuan, and it was like crazy. But yeah, it was still fun, and like so I feel like I would just like let the upperclassmen realize like why they're here, like why in the like that they should stay in the space, because like a lot of people look up to them, and like that's how we build community, like being like active in the space and like staying in as much as we can.
Attendance-wise, I definitely agree with what everyone else was saying, how you could have like a 3-strike system or maybe a sign-in sheet, but it's easier to keep track of who's been coming, who's not, who's actually dedicated, so that it makes it easier to organize the components, not have to like use up your rotation time reteaching the same thing if like only a few people haven't seen it yet or haven't learned it yet. And then for retention, to retain, make it practices like an environment where, like a happy environment, so that it seems less like a chore and more of a space where you can practice whatever component you're in, have bond with your community, if you're an upper head, teach the new audience, like give them advice, talk to them, get to know them. Like I know, like personally, I'm happy with like the amount of seniors that were in PCC this year, because I felt like I was able to get to know a lot of them more, especially since most of them weren't in my, or like the ones I started talking to more weren't just in my fam. They were like elsewhere, or they haven't been active, but this is the one thing they're active for. Like building that community is one of the things that should be used to retain everyone.
Can I add on just a little bit? I really like adding Jamina's idea of community, but also within the different components, I would like to have introductions like within each individual dance, within Kantahan if they don't do that within, and just like having introductions for everyone, because I feel like it's really hard to know who everyone is, and I feel like having those introductions would help keep each person accountable, because you're like, that person's in my dance and I know they were missing last week, so maybe I can go out and help reach out to them to help them catch up so then they're not lagging.
I feel like the cost of PCC kind of discourages people away from participating, because I know like a couple of different records are like, it's just too expensive for me, like a lot of time commitment. So how do you plan on accommodating those who have difficulty paying but still want to participate and being a part of the community? Like without making them feel left out?
That's my audience.
That's my audience.
Well, so back in high school, we had this problem too with the productions I was in, and it's not that like they wouldn't be like accountable for what they had to pay, but they would also still have to be responsible for like fundraising their fair share, but also like creating individual fundraisers maybe, because like selling chocolate bars, I know that sounds really high school, but then like we did that and it worked. So then like as long as they're all held responsible, and like even if they're in like that much of trouble, like it's not that like they can always come talk to us and we figure something out. Like this is a community, we always got each other's backs, like so.
Yeah, I feel personally I have like problems with that as well, and for me in the past, in order to address that, I had to go to resources other than like my family or myself. I went and like communicated with like the people that are in charge of me, and told them like, hey, like I can't really pay this right now, but I think to address like the finance problem, I would tell them like, yeah, like you don't have to pay this now, you can pay this later, and just like if any other like circumstances like come up, just like come talk to us. So I feel like communication is really key in like helping to get past that, and to like really like appeal to those people that feel like that's a problem. And like in addition to that, I feel like the programs that we have for PCC, such as Awalan boards and fundraising, I feel like that would like help too to alleviate the cost. And I feel like to have those people that are in the situation like be involved in that process would just like make PCC appeal to them more and make the money situation like way less stressful.
Yeah, I would ask help from other people to have more fundraising, to help cover the cost of PCC and like the cast fees and the sponsorship. Also like ask from other like larger orgs, I guess, to sponsor us too, because it's a little bit, and like as like a COCO, like we understand that not every one of us have like that amount of money like right away. So that's why we have like the deadlines, and if the person still hasn't met the deadline, like we're here to talk, and like we're gonna understand that you're like struggling like financially, even that, and yeah, like the RLONs like help a lot. So I guess like if we can like have more RLONs, and then that also increases like attendance for like every event. So I guess it's like interrupted with each other.
Personally, the RLONs helped a lot for me. Like I had a lot, so I didn't have to pay that last fee, which helped me save $15. And that may not seem, depending on like what your money situation now, that may seem like a lot or not a lot at all. But any little thing can help. It could be like maybe just starting the fundraisers a little bit earlier. Maybe communicating to find like the group of people who might not be able to meet the deadlines, and then coordinating a fundraiser specific for them, like what Arnell said, like selling chocolates or something like that, so that they can each have their own box, and then they will be responsible for fundraising. If they can't do that, just try and find a budget anywhere, maybe donations, things like that. Like, this is the community, so everyone, like Arnell said, everyone's there for each other. If you're struggling, talk to us. We can help you. We'll try and help any way we can, and we want to help because we want you to be part of this.
Well, like they were saying, communication really is critical, just because having open channels like that will allow people to have greater understanding, and I feel like as a COCO you should be open and understanding. And I feel like one of the most powerful messages I've ever heard with regards to finances is that they should not be a barrier to any of your dreams. And unfortunately, that's not a reality for everybody. So finding alternative ways to gain money is very difficult, but I feel like with what Aringan suggested, like having individual fundraisers, or maybe even opening up fundraisers to people who know that they can't meet the sponsorship fees, and have like an aspect of that, like if you put in so many hours or you help gain this much money, then we can help reduce your fees as an alternative way, just because I know that finances are always hard for people. And it's just, and PCC and KP are supposed to be all inclusive, so having that open communication is just really one of the main things I hope to do.
Alright, thank you.
We're doing group
Alright, so we're Okay, last one for the last position for the night before we do constitutional changes and stuff is for chair. The chair of KP is responsible for all officers and their events. The duties include, but not limited to, regularly checking the archive, enforcing event deadlines, delegating responsibilities, and rendering aid when necessary. The chair presides over all officer meetings. This officer officially oh my god, it's so small. Okay. Officially represents KP to the UCSD community and the San Diego communities. For the vice chairs, this officer enforces the officer accountability. This officer coordinates the spring and fall elections. This officer will serve as a member of the Spaces Board of Directors and Campus Climate Council. Along with vice chairs, the chair is also promoting student leadership development by means including but not limited to facilitating activities and workshops. This officer prepares meetings and agendas with the vice chairs and all board meetings for the KP Star and KP Capes coordinator. The chair and vice chairs plan retreats, including not limited to an officer fall retreat, a spring transition retreat, and one all-board retreat, along with KP Star and KP Capes coordinators. And for that, we have Jacob Gaga.
Hi, I'm Jacob. I'm a third year from 6th College, International Business major, Psychology minor. And so why I'm running for board. So kind of just like, I'm gonna briefly talk about like my experience here in KP. So first year I entered I came into KP and I applied for board as operations manager. And then the following year I applied as COCO. And then this year I kind of like took a step back to get kind of just like a general body member perspective. And then something that I've like really learned and like taken away from like my time here at KP and like why I find myself continuously coming back is the concept of giving back to community. And as much as it's like tossed around and like kind of like a bit cliche, it's like you hear all the time. It's like one of the most important things about KP and like why it continues to be so successful, because if we're not continuously fostering and like giving back to the community, then it's like who will? It's like who, like how are we gonna expect to have our members like have the same resources and events and experiences that we had when we first entered? And so that's why I continuously to come back. Like something I learned when I was like in the organization Alternative Breaks is like becoming an active citizen. And so from that, what I like integrating that mindset into KP, it's taught me that giving back to community doesn't just stop like after you do like 1 year on board. It should be a continuous thing that you like do throughout like your entire time in KP. And so that's why I always like try to find myself, even though this year I wasn't on board, I still like made myself active in like all the events happening throughout the year. So yeah, giving back to community is main reason why I'm first main reason why I'm running for board, and second reason, as much as I'm doing it for community, I'm also doing it for myself, because I've honestly like never felt like there's no space other than KP that I felt like I've gained the most self-growth and learned the most about myself. And yeah, for myself and for community. Yeah. Sorry, okay. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, first question. As chair, you are liaison to other entities on campus, including but limited to BOD, SAC, CCC, etc. How do you plan on enriching these ties with KP and these entities to ensure collaborative environment among all resources?
Okay, so KP has a lot of affiliations with other orgs and like entities on campus, such as for my position specifically as chair, I sit for BOD meetings and campus climate council, and then so with that I would try to be a liaison, like by going to those meetings and then bringing back what I've learned or what's been discussed at those meetings to the rest of the board. And if there's something that the board can do to help resolve any of those issues, then the rest of the board will be able to help with that, and that will also trickle down into the GBMers. Like we'll express like concerns or things addressed. Similar to, with KP is also involved with SAC. So it would be either like me or people on the political pillar that would sit in on SAC meetings, and they would say similarly take away like what's been said at meetings, any discussions or concerns that the other SAC community has, and find ways to be a better ally or find what they need in terms of support and bring it back to the board space, which we can also then trickle down into our GBMers to make KP more inclusive and help out with the other SAC communities. KP is also involved in FCC. One of my goals for the upcoming year is to build a better relationship with FCC, because in the past, like UCSD's kind of had that history of like being kind of the most disconnected from the other FCC schools, and I feel that like it's really important that we have that connection, because when you network with the other schools, especially because they're in like relatively close proximity with each other, because we're all like the San Diego community, it just like allows more opportunity to like develop our programs and more opportunity for discussions, for like political discussions, or just like anything in general. Because like when you collab with your fellow schools, there's just more opportunity for new events, new programs, new ideas, and so like to help, or like also like one of my ideas for that, like specifically to help build better relationship, is like going out to like whatever workshops they may have, or going to their GBMs, or going out to their PCNs and their PCCs, so that we can also like get help with from them, like if we need costumes or anything, or if like we need volunteers for like HSC. So yeah, other. Yeah, that's all like that's all the organizations I can think of right now.
Okay, sorry. Okay. The past years there has seemed to be a growing divide between the pillars. For example, certain positions claiming to be solely under one specific pillar. Though these positions inherently do represent a specific pillar, what are your plans to ensure that all positions are involved in all pillars?
So an idea that I have that I kind of like want to implement within like a board retreat is have a workshop on like the intersectionality of all the positions and like how they can, where they see their, what pillar they see their position as, and if they only see it as limited to one, how can they intertwine it with like other pillars and collab with people like other positions, because like even though it's kind of like some positions it's like really obvious like, oh, I'm empowerment or I'm cultural, like there's always some sort of intersectionality between every position, or like even if it's just like kind of like a little bit of connection. So having just like a workshop like at a board retreat, being able to make sure that there is some sort of overlap or intersectionality with them would be really helpful. And even if it may be hard to like see that intersectionality, at least within the positions, they can show board support for their other people's events and just like help out with whatever they need.
So with an increasingly tense political climate, not only on campus but within like the U.S. as a whole, how do you plan to engage GBMers in critical dialogue while still ensuring that the environment is one that is inviting and open for like both sides to listen and learn?
So I'll definitely work with the political pillar and see what kind of like what social injustices are kind of like occurring, or any problems that have been like circulating around like or affecting the staff community, and bring it back to the board space and also bring it into GBNs. I know like for some people in KP, like KP as a political entity can be like a scary thing, or it might like deviate them away from participating from certain things, because not everybody starts off as like this like same level of awareness. So I feel like just making concepts that may seem like kind of like complicated or have lots of layers to it, being able to like deconstruct it and take it like step by step, and really make GBMs and like conscious corners an educational thing, but also really an inviting thing, so that it'll be a growing and learning experience for everyone.
So, as the only person applying for an exec position, how do you plan to divide up the work amongst yourself and the rest of the board without having people get burnt out?
So yeah, I am the only, as of right now, I'm the only one who signed up for an exec position. So what I would try to do is try my best to help out with the responsibilities of the remaining exec positions, but I know like that's like not tangibly possible because there's so much that like internal, external, and finance all do. But like I would try to come in and like sit in at star board meetings or core board meetings to get like to be more aware of like what's going on at their meetings and what events and programs they're holding. But I would also really trust the rest of the people on board who do have the dual boardship, or who serve on dual boards, like academic director, alumni liaison. Like I would trust that they would be able to to bring back like what they took from their start board meetings into the main board meetings, and like same with Yokos and external.
What does accountability look like to you, and how do you plan on enforcing it within the board space when the people that you're working with may be your good friends or your audience?
Accountability. I feel that, especially like within the board space, I would make sure, like if there's an event going on, like the week of or like a couple of weeks before, everybody should know like their position or like what tasks they are to do for that event. So it's not like when the event comes the day of, everybody's kind of like scrambling and doesn't know what to do. So I feel like that would be a good way to hold accountability mainly for event planning, and then kind of just like in the process of the planning of the actual event, I would really try to encourage or make sure that everybody, while they're in the process of their event planning, that they set deadlines and goals for themselves, because yeah, set deadlines and goals for themselves, because like I'm sure like a lot of people have like oh, they just like really want to make a really great event, but that itself is kind of just an idea. Like I plan to like have one-to-ones with like everyone on board and really listen to like what their vision is and what they need and what the rest of the board can do in terms of supporting them, because just like help them think or plan out what they need and what they want, because having a goal but without a plan is merely just a wish. So I want to help make their events or their ideas and create tangible steps help them decide what tangible steps they can make to help them achieve their goals.
Okay. So KP is under the umbrella of Kapitao, but certain entities within Kapitao have been dying out. So do you have any plans to revive these other orgs, and if so, what are those plans?
So I know, kind of like as of right now, or I know, so the 4 Kapitao orgs are KP, Push, Kabae Nihon, and Kamaline Collective, and it kind of seems as though, or in my opinion, it kind of seems as like the only ones that are kind of like mainly around and active are like KP and Push, but I would really try to, since like Kamaline Collective is like they have political missions and goals, I would try to, or whoever like people are on the political pillar, I would hope like they would get involved with like Kamaline collectives to help like revive or restructure what goals and missions they had in the past, or see what direction they want to take that in. And similarly with Kabae Nihon, which is the Saving Tagalog organization, I would work with whoever are the co-cultural coordinators and see like what they want to do to help revive that entity.
That's 5. Are anyone asking more questions?
Chair is chair. Great amount of shit, right? So because of that, you have a lot of power. What actionable objectives, plans, or goals do you have as chair and keep?
It's like any. Okay.
What vision?
Okay.
what vision do you have for KB?
What vision?
As chair, because you have so much power. I'm just saying.
So I have like quite a few plans, stuff that is kind of, some plans that are kind of just like more logistical for the board space, but also like plans for like GBMers or like new programs for KP in general itself. So like one of the new things I want to implement for board specifically is the creation of like pass down binders, because I know like it's kind of been like a kind of an issue sometimes from the transition of old board into new board. New board is still kind of like unaware of all their events or plans or programs that they have to do in the upcoming year, and everything is just like nearly on the Google Drive. Because I kind of like really believe in the mindset of like out of sight, out of mind. So I feel like having something like physical will really help with the planning process and help everyone see, like, look at their calendar, look at their reread their constitution and see like what duties they have to fulfill. And then it will be something that we'll continuously add throughout the year, and by transition retreat it'll be something that they can physically pass down to their successor, so they're not as lost. Something like for KP in general, something I really want to pilot next year is an internship program, and it's something that like a lot of other schools in Filipino orgs do in California, because I really feel that, so my idea for that is I feel it would be open to anyone, but I feel like just the nature of it would be more specifically tailored towards first years who are new to the space and just want to be involved more within KP and get to do or see some of the behind the scenes work, but also really develop their professional skills, their leadership skills, and like any other soft skills, like that will help them in whatever they may pursue, which is like being a better student, or if they think that KP board is something that they may want to try out for next year. But yeah, and then at the end of that program, I would hope, so that would have two goals. It would just mainly to help develop them as individuals and promote self-growth, but also give them the skills necessary so that if they do want to apply for board, that they'll be ready to start and hit the ground running right when they're elected, and not still have to like go through the whole entire year of like learning about their job, so that once they're elected, they're already able to start their job.
All of you.
You go and then I'll go.
I feel like KP can be exclusive given like the bands and stuff. How do you try to be more inclusive within KP and within other staff boards, or maybe just organizations or other organizations, and not limiting it to just
Okay. So I would like really encourage like other people from other communities or other orgs to like come out to our GBMs or come out to our events, like even if people like don't identify as Filipino, because like within KP we do have a lot of people from like other communities and people who don't identify as Filipino, but they are in KP. And I'd also like I know like something throughout the year that we do is we have like collab GBMs with like other SAC orgs, but like we could also possibly like do collab GBMs with like other orgs outside of SAC. And then something I guess like to alleviate like you said something about like with gayness or with bands or I guess like within GBM I would like really encourage like everyone, or I'll make it kind of I guess an obligation type of thing that like all board members should be actively participating within the GBM and not just like standing like in the back chatting with friends, because like if other GBMers see that, then it's like it makes it seem like, oh, that's okay to like not actively participate in GBM, because GBM should be a place where everyone's actively engaged and like learning more about like what KP has to offer, and yeah. And then also like I guess to resolve kind of like how like some people are kind of like reserved off or like only closed off in their fans and like not within other people in KP. Maybe I would work with if there is a vice chair internal and whoever the fresh exec will be, if they're like encouraged like, oh, like more KA related events, like we could have like fam versus fam competitions, or just like more like KA Spirit Week type of things, so that people can like get to know people outside of their line, outside of their fam, and get to know KP, more people in KP in general.
Okay. What is your understanding of institutional memory and our story, and how will you use it to influence and guide KP's chair?
So my understanding of institutional memory is just like taking everything, like all of KP's history or like our story, and taking like all those experiences and being able to learn something from it. Even if that means like addressing points in KP's our story that weren't the best or the greatest, because like, or I'm gonna like go back to like how KP all started. Like it was all started with like 4 guys who wanted to start a Filipino org because they wanted to meet Filipino girls. But like even though like that may not have been like, the intention wasn't to create like a Filipino org to have like community with amongst one of each other. Like it's so important to know like the origins of like how our events started, and also understanding like all the events that we have right now are a result of issues that have been brought up within the Filipino community. Like why we have PCC is because to promote culture, because like it's not something that we learn in the classroom as much, or like why we have HSC, because to enhance, to get more, to empower students to higher education and boost numbers. So institutional memory is just like taking, for me personally, like taking all our events and programs and learning about the issues that came about, which helped kickstart those programs in the first place, and remember like why we have these events, why we continue to have these events. And I feel along with institutional memory, it's like just good to like, you know, like look back at like our recent ones, and like that's also like why we have in our story and to like take photos and like videos to like remember like what the atmosphere and the culture of those events were like. Was there a second part to the question?
So like, along with the Constitution, there's a lot of like other responsibilities you have that come out of nowhere throughout the year. So like, how do you plan to like stay on top of everything while also being accessible for like not only the rest of the board but also anyone? Because like as chair, you're like basically some folks see you as a spokesperson for the organization, and that's like a lot of pressure in itself. So like, how do you plan on being accessible for those people, as well also like being cautious of like what you say, because like what you say isn't representative of everyone in KP, you know? So I don't know what I'm saying. Oh shit. How do you know what that how do you handle that?
The face of KP.
Yeah.
Yes, oh,
in terms of being accessible, I'm like a really big planner. Like I know some of you already know, but like I'm a passion planner rep, so that's something that I really use a lot to like time manage. So I will like I always try to like plan out like my schedule, my week, my days ahead of time, so that I'm so that I have time like outside of KP and outside of academics to make myself accessible to whoever and practice self-care. In terms of like being the face for KP, I understand that, or this is also something that I would want to emphasize with the rest of the board, is that even though you might not be doing KP work 24/7, you still are a board member 24/7, and like whatever you do like outside of KP, like whether like you're back at home or like you're on break, like anything you post on like social media or some sort, you're still a representative of KP, because GBMers do look up to you, and they should be able to like look at people on board as role models and people to look up to. And if they see them like in a non-professional manner, then it kind of like makes KP look like a joke, or it's like something that's not taken seriously. So that's something so professionalism is something I would really want to emphasize within myself, or I would hold myself accountable for, but also hold accountable for the rest of the board.
Anyone have any questions? Going once?
That's what we're here for. So change. The face of KP, as has been brought up, and because we are at kind of like not the best political climate, how will you move forward as the face of KP, especially since people will be looking to you for answers pertaining to like where the org is going to move forward, how we're going to act in solidarity with other communities, and how we're going to show allyship. So what do you think your role is going to be next year as chair?
As chair, okay, so it would be either me or like someone on the political pillar to sit in for like SAC meetings, which involve where there will be like discussions for political issues and like social justice, and I would take that, like whatever like is expressed or discussed during like those meetings, and bring it back to the board space, and then talk about it and discuss it there, how like we can be better allies or show support to other SAC orgs, and then can also bring that into GBMs or workshops, so it will trickle down to GBMers. I was gonna say something else, kind of forgot. Oh yeah, so like you said something about like people will come to me for answers. Like I may not know like all the answers to everyone's questions, but at least I will try my best to guide them or redirect them to someone else who may be able to provide a better answer for them if I can't answer all their questions themselves. And like I will let them know of other resources available that if KP isn't able to offer for their assistance.
Going once?
Going twice?
If you guys put all the furniture back, I'll give each one of you $5.
What's his name?
What do I love most about KP? I don't know, there's so many things. I don't want to be like biased or anything, but like I was Coco 2 years ago, so like I don't know, PCC is just like kind of like. I mean, I love all the KP events, but like, PCC is just like up there, you know. Like I don't know. like just like being able to I don't know, because I've been involved with like performing arts, so it's like it's a way for me to like bridge like my passion for like performing, but also my passion for like learning about Filipino culture. It's like the best of both worlds, and also like all throughout that process of like being able to perform and like learn about my culture, I'm also like growing alongside with KP community and meeting people that I probably like would like if it were for like any other time during the year, I probably like wouldn't even like get to know them or talk to them. So I feel like PCC is kind of just like it's really beautiful in that aspect because it involves like a lot of retention and like connecting and networking with everyone within your community. Even though like there's like 150 plus people, it's like you'll at least get to know like a handful of people, like more than you started out with before it even happened.
Okay, so UCSD being in La Jolla is kind of far from like greater Filipino American communities. So how would you bridge like KP into like the greater Filipino area?
The greater
Like other Filipino American communities or orgs.
So I would like really try to connect with like the greater Filipino community, but like I mentioned earlier, like better connections and relations with FCC, because that's like really important, because we should be united, and if we need help from them, if we need help from them, then we should be able to like reciprocate it back to them. And I feel like it is kind of hard because like even though we're all in San Diego, it's like we're all still kind of like far from each other, but we should like make it a priority to, even though it may be like a little more like time consuming or taxing to like go out to some of like their stuff, or like stuff that like buy-in may be holding, or like stuff in like for like Filipino clubs at like other in San Diego high school areas. Like we should like make it a priority to like really like outreach and expand. And like I know like not everyone drives, but like there's a good like handful of people that do. So like really carpooling and like reaching out, bringing friends along to like other events outside to really connect ourselves to the greater Filipino community area. Oh yeah, and like another thing that I kind of like also want to do for next year, because we did this my first year, and like it's kind of far, but like we went to SC Plaza, had like a summit where it's like all the Filipino like college orgs came together for a summit, just like to talk about issues or whatever. But like even though like sometimes logistically it may not like, or at least in my opinion when we went my first year it wasn't that great, but at least it's still like a good way to connect with like other schools in the area.
Last question is going once.
Going twice.
Going twice. Going twice.
3 questions.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the constitutional changes. So there's two motions. Basically, the first motion is to move. The first motion is to move the position of our historian to spring elections, and then the second motion is to move COMACT, Community Activism Advocate, to spring elections as well. So we're gonna have who's going first? COMACT is gonna, the political codes are gonna be presenting pros and cons. This is your opportunity to question if you feel like why should we do it, why we shouldn't do it, stuff like that. This is an opportunity to ask questions, but they're gonna give a little presentation, pros and cons of why we should move COMACT to spring elections.
Hi, so we're the Pocos, and we're trying to motion to move
comments from fall elections to spring elections. So the pros we came up is that what I found was kind of hard when we had our comments come in late during our, was it winter retreat, fall retreat, somewhere there. It was kind of hard to like, I don't know, create a bond with our comments, kind of like create some, I don't know, not very tension, but we just didn't understand like where the person was coming from. So it's hard to develop that bond with the comments. So we just said it would be an easy transition with the POCOS and board as a whole, and that would entail like board retreats and understanding logistics of planning events.
Another pro that we came up with was the equal distribution of planning for CAD among all the POCOs, sorry. So, especially like for this year, a lot of like the planning for CAD and stuff were between me and Manny, with the COMAC not really being that present due to like the whole like lack of like bonding with the board as a collective and with the POCOs as a collective. So we feel like with this motion to move to spring elections, there would be more fair distribution of planning, not only for PAD, but for all the political pillar events, such as, but not limited to PA, Filipino American Heritage Month, etc., etc.
And one of the cons that we came up with is that the position would not be open in the fall, and it would not be open to first years who would be interested in combat. So that's the only cons we came up with.
But to add on to that, the position of community activist and advocate wasn't intended for first year in the first place. It's just for the past few years or so. That was just the case. So we feel like, I feel like personally that moving this position to spring elections would make no difference in terms of like who runs for it, you know? Yeah. Do y'all have any like questions?
Concerns.
Yeah, just anyone, if you have any questions, comments, concerns. Because this is going to be on the ballot basically, so you have a choice.
Run once, run twice.
Wait. I just have a question. Okay. So if you put it during like the spring election, do you think like someone would want to do it? Like, because usually people do it. They do it during
Can you repeat that?
Like, do you think people would even like go for combat? Like, you know, because it's such a first year position, you know.
Well, it's not to guarantee that people will be interested in like applying for the position, but it gives them more time to decide whether or not if they want, you know, just giving more time for opportunity, I guess.
Run once, twice. All right. Thank you.
As our historian this year, our position is to move our historian to spring quarter elections and then fall. The cons are like very similar to compact. It's just like booking the initial transfer first years to apply for the position. And for the pros, I put that those running in the spring quarter for the position will presumably have more experience with the community, because I think that was very important for me when I personally ran for the position. I was very comfortable with the community and like who I was like interacting with very well. This position if it was moved to spring quarter and they do end up being elected as spring quarter, they will not miss out on the transitional quarter cheat in the spring nor the quarter cheat in the fall quarter. I missed out on both, so I didn't really, going off of that, I didn't really get to bond with the other board members as much as I wanted to, which I think is important in like board support, mentorship, or like the position.
Going once. Going twice. So.
Okay, so that will be the end of Q&A. So just to explain the voting process, voting will be open tonight at 11 p.m. until Thursday at 10 p.m. All those who applied, all candidates will receive a call based on the decisions or like the results of the elections, giving you the opportunity to accept or reject a position if given, and stuff like that. The ballots will be posted on the KP page, and so in order to vote, you must have at least attended one KP event, and that doesn't include like being a member of the PC or like being an audience member of PCC or like going to fundraisers. Like you have to have participated or like attended GBM or like some event, workshop, something like that. And it will ask you for your email and like name. Your name won't be like shared. It's mainly based on like to verify that your your vote is like counted only once, and for a fair and stuff like that. So in the event, for the positions that are vacant, they will begin being on rolling basis. So like based on first come first serve application on starting Monday, and anyone can apply. But the Q&A for that is among the board members, and then we will decide. It won't be on the general ballot. Are there any questions about that? That's it. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone.
Current board, we're probably going to do our meeting downstairs because we're going to get kicked out of here in like 20 minutes.
Please
So
move
take like a 10-minute break, and then y'all please clean up yourselves.
Can you get my laptop?
Yeah.
Should I get coffee?